Hey there, and welcome to Sociastrology. Today, we are going to take a really big overarching look at 2026, at the major themes and developments that we can expect to take place in our lives on a global level, a collective level, and a personal level. Now, this is going to be looking at the alignments in the sky. I did just do horoscopes for each sign. If you're wanting to check those out, I'll link to all of those in the description box below as well. But here we're really looking at the flavor of the year. So I have here most of the alignments that we're going to be looking at and that are going to have the strongest impact in this coming year. And I do have to say, overall, this is going to be one of the most, if not the most, significant years of our lives on a collective level. We have so many unbelievably significant moves and shifts and alignments that are all pointing to this being a complete rebirth of the future of humanity. We have a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which is taking place exactly on the most important world point of 0 degrees of Aries in the sky, which is speaking to a whole new decades-long cycle that we're stepping into when it speaks to our narratives, our beliefs about the world, what it is that we are building, what it is that the world looks like, what those structures are that we're functioning within. And we also have this alignment here that I have on screen between Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter, which is going to be such an extreme propellant for us on a personal level, on a collective level, and perhaps most of all on a global level. This is going to be the point of the year in mid to late July, which is the major crescendo of the year, that's going to be kicking us into just completely different paradigms about the relationship between populations and leadership and how power is used within society and between countries and so on. So we are going to dive into all of this. I do need to throw out there real quick, if you do wind up liking this video, I would really appreciate it if you gave it a little thumbs up or a hype. That really helps out so much, and I really greatly appreciate that. And also do consider sticking around by subscribing. Typically what we do in videos is we take this global collective look at a major transit, and then we'll also take it through the signs. We're splitting it up a little bit because we're looking at the whole year here, but typically we do both in the same video. So if that is something that you are interested in, if you want to get the real deep dives that I'm going to be doing on all of these alignments and more throughout the coming year, I would love to have you here. So do consider subscribing in that case. There's also information in the description box below about personal readings, about my latest course offerings. There's also information about memberships and those perks like weekly forecasts. So feel free to check that all out. But with all of that said, let's go ahead and just dive straight into the alignments of this incredible 2026. We're going to start off in January. All month for January, we're going to have a triple conjunction between the Sun and Venus and Mars. Mercury is going to wind up getting closer and closer with those as well, and that's going to build up through Capricorn season. So we should start out the year in a very determined energy, very focused, focusing on our long-term goals. I would imagine that people are going to be sticking with their resolutions a little longer than usual this year. There is likely to be a lot of movement, a lot of drama, but also a lot of rallying around leadership figures in the world as well. Now, what that's all then feeding into is this crazy configuration that we're getting early in Aquarius season, where as the inner planets, Venus, Mercury, the Sun, even Mars, as they move into Aquarius, they're going back to back, super short succession, jumping into this sign. But what's crazy about this is that Pluto is right there at 3 degrees of Aquarius as well. So not only do they back-to-back ingress into this sign and stay really close together, but they're also hopping right into the arms of Pluto, which is very loud. So I'll give you some dates real quick here, and then we're going to dive into why this is so significant. So on the 20th of January, Venus will conjoin Pluto. On the 22nd of January, Mercury will conjoin Pluto. On the 23rd of January, the Sun will conjoin Pluto. And then on the 27th of January, Mars will conjoin Pluto. So it's going to be one after the other. Additionally, all of these planets, because they're so close to the Sun, we can never really see Pluto without a telescope, but these other planets are all invisible in the sky because they're out during the day. They're blotted out by the sun. So this is a condition that we refer to as being combust. All of these planets are combust. What that says is that all of this is feeding into and being reframed through the lens of the sun. And what is that? The sun in everyday mundane astrology, when it comes to the major themes that wind up going along with that in the world, is leadership. So this is likely to have a huge impact on politics, on major figures in the world. So this can be political leaders of different countries. This can be major big oligarchs, especially because of the fact that we have that with Pluto and Aquarius there, which is speaking to tech oligarchs in particular. But in our own personal lives, this is also our own drive. So that is going to be really heightened through this time, especially as we get the sun really mixing with Mars and Pluto there. That's almost every aspect of our ego that is concentrated in that tiny, tiny part of the sky. So it is extraordinarily amplified. There is some upside to this in terms of personal empowerment and not caring what other people think. So there can be this really rebellious nature to how it is that we're expressing ourselves. We're being super honest. We're really cutting to the heart of matters. There's an association of this part of Aquarius, the first 10 degrees or the first decan of Aquarius, with Venus as well. And so we could see this kind of eccentric, rebellious, pioneering kind of independent energy infusing a lot of the cultural impact throughout this period of time. So people are likely to want to really just do their own thing, to pursue creative expression, to redefine one's own relationships, one's own social values, even if that means the sacrifice of certain specific relationships that might not fit into that new framework that you're working on during this period of time, or that we all are in our own lives. This area of the sky, therefore, also speaks to works of beauty and skill and creativity. And so that's also likely to be really amplified around this time. And again, there's this disregard for what other people think of what it is that we're creating through this time. This is really seeking quality. It's seeking to make its own mark. So if you are a creative type, if you have any projects that you're either currently working on or you have queued up that you're wanting to get started on, but you're not quite sure when you're actually going to get to it, this is a moment where that's likely to be really difficult to resist, and you may wind up doing so as well in a very visible way. Now, we're also likely to see this again on the collective level in particular. So a lot of rebelliousness and grassroots backlash. This is a very grassroots kind of part of the sky. I know that Pluto in Aquarius is giving this a double meaning, without a doubt, with the tech oligarchs and things like that. We very much saw that on last Inauguration Day, which, by the way, at this point was a full year previous to this, the US presidential inauguration. What was fascinating about that was that we had an exact conjunction between the sun and that Pluto in Aquarius, which never happens. That would only happen when Pluto is at this particular part of the sky, and it has like a 250-year cycle. And what we saw then, what that spotlight of the sun was focused on, was this image of the presidential inauguration surrounded by the tech oligarchs. So we had that big confirmation by Pluto in Aquarius of one of the major aspects that were going to be represented by it as it's moving through Aquarius. But there is also, with Pluto, a focus on power. And in Aquarius, that does decentralize, and it does have that grassroots collective quality to it as well. And so we will see that representing those two conflicting forces there. And there's likely to be some fights here and there. This is likely to be one of those moments where we see that really visibly. Again, all of this is entering the culture through that lens of the sun. So there's a big spotlight on how all of these energies are coming together. And so similar to those initiatives, the projects that I mentioned on a personal level, which are unlikely to be able to resist this seeding moment right now, also movements of people, grassroots movements. And some of the concern that this is going to be speaking to is power, inequality of power. That's going to be something that Pluto in Aquarius, again, is really putting front and center for years to come. And this is a lot of different forces coming at that and trying to address that in its own way. There will be in this moment both an attempt to concentrate and centralize power, and also to decentralize that power. And there's going to be some conflict there. So this is also very likely to be a moment of global transformation as well. This is placing a huge amount of pressure on economic systems, on economic inequality. We could see some cracks there. I don't want to get too technical in this video. I have a tendency to do that, so apologies if I do. If I say anything that sounds unfamiliar, feel free to just glaze over, and then I will totally explain everything that I'm saying. But all of this is going to be ruled by Saturn, by traditional rulership, because Saturn rules Aquarius. So this is a major concentration of responsibility for a Saturn that is very closely tied into Neptune as well. So we can see that there's a weakening of a structure that a bunch of power is dependent upon. And so I think this may be one of those moments where we do see some of that pressure really come to bear and really start to break away some structures and maybe some institutions and things like that. Also, some notions around values. Those are going to have to be broken down and built back up in this coming year. And this is one of those central moments around breaking that down so that we can come into new alliances, new considerations, new solutions are really called for this year. And this is going to be one of those moments where we can't ignore the fact that we have to do things with new solutions. We can't look to the past for how it is that we're going to wind up moving forward. So some different threads that I want to speak to about this. This is highly rational, distant. This is calculated. It's quite cold. So we may see some coldness of the tech class or the financial classes very much on display. I am praying that we don't see our first fully automated attacks on human beings, where there's not like a human figure on a trigger, but we could see something along those lines that would be kind of unsettling. Or maybe there's a fully automated huge problem that winds up hitting a market or something like that, where there's a knock-on effect of a bunch of coded trades or something like this that are put in place. And then there's kind of a cascade effect or something like that. But I wouldn't be surprised by either of those kinds of scenarios. And this is very much about control and power, especially in Aquarius, and especially with Mercury in the mix, with Mars in the mix, around matters of data, communications, expression as well. With Venus in the mix, we get matters of control and power over culture and well-being, relationships between different people, matters of equality or inequality. With the Sun and Mars involved, we get matters of control and power over warfare, leadership, who's in leadership. I also wouldn't be surprised to see some weird palace intrigue of people in power kind of stabbing each other in the back and things like that under this influence. Some of that would likely be potentially creating a spectacle. But again, there's this visibility issue when we have planets that are combust. So certain aspects of this may go on behind closed doors as well. But this does represent another really big mask-off moment, especially for those in power, potential intense backlash with the Mars-Pluto conjunction coming up, which could wind up creating a very explosive situation, which is highly animating, winds up taking up a lot of news cycles. It's almost like a train wreck that you kind of can't look away from. This also looks to me a bit like a vacuum or a gravity well. Pluto represents the underworld. And so when a planet is in a tight conjunction or close connection with it, it can create that kind of equality of that planet is then transformed by going into the underworld and coming out renewed. But that is also precisely the way that we look at planets that are combust, is that they're going into that rebirth cycle. They're going into that underworld represented by that invisibility, and then they come out renewed. But both of them represent some form of power, the power of the ego and the superego with the sun. And then there's the power of the id that comes through with Pluto as well. And so this really feels like there's almost this huge sucking sound, that comes along with this, where there may be a massive shift, like a massive kind of structural upheaval or some kind of really strong authoritarian control attempt that winds up backfiring big time because there's these different forces that are both kind of pulling things apart here. Now, ultimately, what this winds up speaking to is, again, these other planets, especially Mercury, Venus, Mars, but the Sun and Pluto themselves as well, because of the fact that they're crossing each other. They are getting cleared out. They are getting renewed. There's this kind of karmic reckoning, which may or may not be apparent at this time, but it's definitely going to be felt energetically through this time. I do worry a bit about attempts to control populations, to limit freedom in the name of some notion of order. So especially control around ideas or ideologies, ideals, control around progressivism or young people. Hopefully not control over like social media or tech accounts or something like this, but that could also very much be the case. I also worry a bit with this that some people are going to lose their heads. That there's the Sun and Mars and Pluto all combined here. For anyone who can lose their head, lose their marbles, lose their scruples or their grasp on reality, this is going to be really encouraging that a lot. So one thing, this is one of those alignments where I do get frustrated with myself sometimes when I say this, but I would avoid crowds under this kind of an influence. I hate ever having to say that, but again, if there's someone with some screws loose in a crowd, I would worry about how that would go with this. Intelligence agencies and their actions are also likely to be very significant around this period of time, and all of that is really hidden by the Sun or serving very much the Sun. So this could be intelligence agencies which are very much hand in glove with the executive branches of different countries, so the executive leadership. But again, on the other hand, there could be a really big power struggle behind the scenes here too. So we may even see some fighting over power amidst intelligence agencies, either internationally or within one nation, different aspects of those agencies fighting with each other, and maybe even militaries and things like that as well, with Mars in the mix. But yeah, those power struggles with this alignment, they're likely to be very extreme. There could be a fight involving very massive egos. It looks very public, but it looks like there's a spectacle that's public, and there's a whole ton of other stuff that we're not quite seeing that's going on behind the scenes as well. And so I would say if there's a very public fight, especially if this has anything to do with huge tech companies or economies or governments or something that has a huge social impact like that, and it looks like there's a petty fight going on, I wouldn't dismiss what's actually going on behind the scenes as being much more real, much more significant than it may appear on the surface. So this could even wind up indicating some massive restructuring of certain governments, collapses of old institutions or old coalition governments. This is also likely to put on display something about the power of AI and technology in governance. Hopefully we can see some regulation here. This doesn't really carry that seed so much to me. I'd love to be wrong about that, but this looks to me more like we're very much seeing the power of it. This can also definitely speak to surges or crashes of digital currencies, things like that. Surveillance, even rebellion against technology. We could see some stories about that during this period of time. Now, the biggest issue, in my view, here is the fact that Mars is involved. Mars is what we call a malefic planet. So is Saturn. Saturn's ruling this whole alignment. So this is very volatile. It can become physically coercive when we have Mars there as well. So hopefully we don't see something here around violence, but it can be the case. And hopefully not in response to the other aspect of this, which could be mass protests or grassroots rebellions or efforts toward freedom, decentralization, new political or economic systems and solutions and things like that. And what's additionally interesting then is that when we get those two of Mars and Pluto together, and then we add in Mercury, Mercury gets a lot more trickstery than it usually is. it can start to behave almost like a malefic when you start to mix it with malefics. It tends to respond to what's around it. It does have that decent influence of Venus, but it's got a lot of bad influence. So it's going to feel kind of pulled in different directions. And we may see digital warfare or something along the lines of weaponized communication utilized by multiple different parties here, some ostensibly for good, some ostensibly for bad. And of course, that story is going to change depending on who you ask. But this could wind up bringing about some kind of cyber attacks or leaks or hacks, AI-related scandals again, potential dangerous, even misuse of media or technology. And this could even wind up presenting to us some really extreme innovations. So hopefully there's not a martial quality to this. I will say that this is right on the ascendant of China as well. So we could just see some surprise revelation about an innovation that they are presenting, which may or may not be martial in nature and may or may not be intended to do whatever, but somehow maybe receive some backlash or something along those lines as well. It's interesting that this is following on from right around the same time last year was when DeepSeek was released as well. So we could see kind of something along those lines too, specifically from China here. But other than all of that, I will say additionally, there's one more bad news kind of situation here is that there's potential for blackouts or systems issues, transportation issues, things like that. And I feel like we may feel a bit caught between tech ideals and then power games, like what's possible versus what's unfortunately likely right now, given the inequality of power around these technological systems. This could even speak to some diplomatic tensions as well with Venus here around values versus control, trying to control values of things. And it could even wind up implying some transformation around fiscal systems, maybe trade systems with Mercury involved as well. But there could be some crypto regulation or some new economic models that are coming to light as well around this period of time. Now, we're not going to be quite done with this kind of energy just yet. We do have, just after I speak about a couple other things that are going to take place in the interim, we do quickly have a solar eclipse coming up in Aquarius, which is going to bring us back to a lot of this energy. So this general theme is going to remain relevant, even though it'll be a little bit less explosive for some time. So now, also in the midst of this, we get Neptune officially moving permanently into Aries, where it's going to spend over a decade. It's going to stay there until 2038, 2039. So Neptune has a tendency to glorify that which it's touching, especially on a cultural level. It tends to speak to the collective unconscious, the energy of the zeitgeist, basically. And so there's a strong relation between mass culture and Neptune and where it is. And the sign that it's in tends to point us toward some cultural fixations that are going to have a really strong impact on the direction that we're being led on a mass scale. So this is moving out of Pisces. I want to cover that a little bit first, because I think it'll clarify a bit how Neptune functions and how we can see it, but also some of the energy that we may have taken as a given for the past 14 years that it's been in Pisces, but is going to be shifting and changing now. With this moving out of Pisces, it has recently been reinforcing a kind of loosening of the collective grip on reality. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion recently about mass formation psychosis and these kinds of issues, but we can get these collective kind of nebulous fears and reactivities, and then major projection winds up taking place with Neptune and Pisces as well. So there's this kind of glorification then over the past decade and a half around suffering and victimhood and grievance and things like that, which has been really helpful in that it has pointed out some power dynamics and things like this that are very real, but has also reinforced to everyone to really emphasize all of their own grievances, whether they are truly legitimate or not. I mean, we have even seen people claiming victimhood of billionaires and things like this. So that's clearly nebulous. That is clearly a fantasy, right? So there is that kind of glorification around grievance, as well as this glorification around fantasy lifestyles. So these unrealistic and unreal lifestyles that are painted for people in the media, throwing around these insane amounts of money and controlling all of these people. And yet there's something that is deeply not real about all of that. So we've seen that really become this massive thing, this massive, huge delusion that a lot of people are collectively participating in. And that which has been pointed out to be unfounded very recently, as we've had Neptune and Saturn in 2025 also cross this boundary a bit and start to look at things from different perspectives. Additionally, what we saw with this in Pisces in recent years was the universalization of one's own beliefs, these kinds of grand narratives and sweeping generalizations that people individually have been painting upon the entire world. So because you are that identity, you do this. And that's how it plays out in my head. And so that's what the reality is. You're not allowed to be a real person and live your own life and, you know, be a complex individual or anything like that. Everyone needs to fit into these boxes that are creating a self-manifested delusion that a lot of people are carrying that make them feel more comfortable about a world in which we all can feel that some of the anchors that we've gotten used to in past decades, previous decades, have started to show their cracks and will be crumbling in this coming year. But because there's a lot of people who don't have the strength to be really honest with themselves about that, they feel the need to use these broad brushes to paint different cultures or different countries or different ideologies or whatever as this or that, and then blame them and project onto them all of their own personal problems and things like this. So we've seen a huge amount of that as well. What we've also seen, the positive side of that Neptune in Pisces, has been a lot more acceptance around different types of lifestyles. So yes, that has also helped to silo us a bit, but it has opened up a lot of countercultures and little niches that people can get into and feel very much themselves. So there has been this kind of softening of the boundaries around what's acceptable, culturally especially. A lot more discussion around religion and spirituality than we did in the few decades prior. We've also seen a lot of discourse around topics that were long considered out there. So we saw a lot of discussion around like UFOs and near-death experiences and things like that. We also saw during this period of time the recognition around a lot of invisible syndromes or the invisible symptoms of certain conditions. So especially around immune disorders. We've also seen a lot of revulsion over corruption. And we've seen that on a lot of different sides. And again, there's been a lot of painting with broad brushes and rules for thee, not for me kinds of attitudes. And it's bad when you do it, but it doesn't matter when I do it. Things like this. So we have seen the kind of partial corruption of some of the narratives around corruption even. But the fact that this discussion has been going on of the extent to which we're falling short of our ideals, that's also very much been ongoing, as well as against corporatism. Pisces is a very non-corporate sign. So especially as Pluto has been moving out of Capricorn, which does tend to be, no offense to Capricorn, it does tend to be corporately minded kind of a sign. It tends to represent big institutions, financial institutions and corporations and things like that. But as that has started to move on and the power has started to slip away from those kinds of institutions to control narratives and things like that, that Neptune in Pisces has really been underpinning a very open distaste that has been expressed a lot around corporations and that cookie cutter kind of a lifestyle as well. I mean, heck, we've had a lot of people, myself included, start to, be able to work in their pajamas and things like that. And there's now this whole kind of culture around that even. And speaking of fashion, that itself became more blurry in terms of what's in, what's out, I have lived during straight leg, boot cut, flares, skinny jeans, different periods of time. And this is the only period of time in recent years where I've seen that it is pretty acceptable to wear whatever style of pants you want. And that is the not caring aspect of Pisces, of whatever it is flies. That's going to be fine. So those boundaries of what's in and out becoming, or even what's acceptable, becoming very blurry. I mean, I know a lot of people have gotten frustrated about people wearing pajamas in public, but going to have to take that up with Neptune and Pisces there. Even the topic of boundaries, which is something that Pisces can struggle with and Neptune can struggle with, that became a very apparent problem. It began to be discussed, and then weirdly enough, especially as Saturn started to move into Pisces and it conjoined, at least by sign, with Neptune there. Saturn's very good at setting boundaries and things like that. We did start to see some solutions. We did start to see a lot of people discussing how to maintain healthy boundaries and things like this. So that's what we are now integrating. We're moving on from those themes continually coming up. And now we are stepping into Aries themes continually coming up and becoming more and more and more ingrained in the collective culture, basically. So hopefully you can see from everything that I just pointed out as well, how Neptune acts. It's kind of under the surface. It has to do with the way that people just kind of live their lives, broadly speaking. So as it does move into Aries, it's going to bring us into an energy of really radical pioneering, boundary breaking action. So this is going to start to glorify direct action as well, possibly even like participatory democracy or democratic participation in society, maybe even around rules. Maybe we see a lot more referendums and things like that. I would not be surprised by that. But also a lot of glorification around adventure and adventurism, frontier breaking, self-reliance. There can be this kind of off-grid independence surge, but also independence in the sense of self-employment, things like that also really being glorified, and not having to follow the rules of other people, but rather exploring and innovating in one's own individual way, making one's own mark. And sometimes there's going to be a bit of glorification around the reckless disregard for limits. And that's going to be where some of the upsides can get quite complicated as well. I do hope that the universalization of one's own beliefs about things is tamped down here. I'm hoping that Neptune in Aries is going to start to really differentiate between individuals rather than just trying to paint whole groups of people as good or bad or any of the other things. Hopefully this allows for individuals to be individuals, right? But that hyper-individualism will also be an aspect of this. There's going to be a lot of glorification and building up around that as well. So that may even go to the extremes of the cult of the self kinds of an attitude. So a lot of ambition, a lot of self-definition, discussion around matters of sovereignty, self-sovereignty. We may see arguments over sovereignty around personal individual rights versus the governments that are sovereign over certain lands and things like this. We'll probably see a lot of discussion around that. We may even see a resurgence of some bootstraps ideologies as well. So see that when that winds up coming up. Also around personal willpower and the glorification of personal power can kind of dominate here. So ranging from authentic decisiveness. So yeah, taking your personal power and utilizing your willpower to create something of yourself, to make that mark of yours, but also to the extent of self-delusion around personal aggrandizement and these kind of highly selective social Darwinistic attitudes around, well, I made it and so I'm great and you didn't make it so you're a failure kinds of things. So brace yourself for some of those kinds of arguments, but they will be there. Of course, Neptune has a tendency to lay certain interesting kinds of traps and things like that as well. So we may see also a lot of big ideals and lessons that need to be learned around those matters. This is also going to be speaking to a kind of youthful volatility that can come up. So an impulsiveness to the culture and to the cultural expression of masses of people. So that's also going to be glorified, right? That kind of rashness. So on the negative side, I'll front with this a bit, but among youth or adults alike, this is not just going to be young people. We will see some rashness, some tantrums, some big risk taking, and vice culture as well. So cultures of vice. We'll definitely see some edgelord behavior. I feel like we're all beyond sick of that as it is, but we may even see that to the extent of some antisocial tendencies being built up around this time as well. Some very immature reactions, a lot of impatience, glamorization around speed, rebellion, and chaos. So there's going to be a lot of rebellion, and some of it's going to be great, and some of it's going to be contrarian for the sake of it. So also another thing to kind of brace for that may be a little bit frustrating is chaos for the sake of it, nihilists and things like that, just trying to stir things up. Now, on the plus side, this will be highlighting youth culture as in a kind of vibrancy of culture, a kind of cultural revival or renaissance, new forms of expression, new styles that are going to be really bold and expressive and individual. So across that barrier of Pisces and Aries, there's not too much shyness to do one's own thing on either side, but we may see this take on a bit more of a bold, kind of colorful quality to it than we've seen recently. This is also going to really build up and glorify strength and power and grit. If those are qualities that you care about a lot and you want to contribute to encouraging that in people to have grit and see themselves through difficult times and challenges and things like that, and to surmount those and to overcome those and to empower oneself, there's going to be a lot of support for that with this Neptune as well. Additionally, with Saturn as it moves in, we're going to see a lot of these themes that I'm going to wind up re-emphasizing a couple times over as we talk about Saturn joining, and then as we talk about the actual conjunction between them as well. But there is also this high conflict, highly competitive, authoritarian kind of an aspect to this Neptune as well that we definitely can't brush over. So we may see some glorification of violence or conflict or that strength and power. So might makes right kinds of attitudes are very likely with this. We're likely to see a lot of themes of war, discussion around that. We'll see that in the culture as well. So more war movies and things like that. We'll probably see more vigilantism and glorification around, I'm going to take action personally around this belief that I have. And a lot of glorification around weapons probably as well. And we're also likely to see a lot of very direct action too, for better or worse. So direct action in the streets, protests, but that can wind up spilling over as well into riots. And then the assertion of police or military and that kind of conflict and conflagration that comes out of that as well. Also, criminality, so those cultures of vice, that being glorified as well, and brute domination. So that's that kind of might makes right, can be characteristic of some of the atmosphere where confrontation and that attitude of might makes right wind up overshadowing diplomacy or legality or reasonability or social harmony. But this is also going to wind up encouraging individuals of all stripes to really dig deep, to build self-respect based upon that sense of personal achievement and personal development, only comparing yourself with yourself and always trying to get better, be better, as well as going one's own way, making one's own mark. Now, what I kind of most worry about here is that zero-sum kind of competition as well, the authoritarian projection. So this very hardened us versus them kind of mindset that can wind up fueling supremacy. That is a supremacist kind of an attitude of we are better and it's us versus them. And again, that can wind up reinforcing some of those Neptune and Pisces attitudes of rules for thee, not for me. And it's not okay when you do it, but it's okay when I do it kind of a thing. That kind of unilateralism or claiming sovereignty over others or violating the sovereignty of others on a global level, this can become a real problem, as well as power being performed, right? Being performed really loudly, very aggressively, and often very fragilely. So it's likely that a lot of the louder aspects of this, the edgelordism, the like hyper masculinity, the hyper individualism that winds up bleeding into this cult of self and stuff like that. A lot of that is going to be very indicative of the weakest, most fragile egos. So that's not fun. That can be a little bit dangerous as well. And I think that that's also where we're going to start to see some of the issues of vice and stuff like that. When people delude themselves, this is one thing, is Neptune can also speak to delusions and the delusions that we are buying into because it glorifies things. In Aries, it's doing that to the self. So we can utilize that in a really healthy way. But a lot of people who are inclined towards self-aggrandization and delusions of grandeur, things like that, are going to be going off the rails a bit when they really start to crash out and fail at all of the things that they're claiming that they're so amazing and wonderful at, so on and so forth. Saturn's also going to encourage some crash outs along those lines with people who are very fragile and who are sidestepping personal responsibility and accountability and things like that. So we're likely to see a lot of that become kind of loud in the coming years. So with that said, let's go ahead and talk about then Saturn in Aries as well, right on the heels on the 14th of February. This is going to be moving into Aries, and it's going to stay there until the early days of 2028. I want to say it's February, March of 2028 that it moves into Taurus. So it will be co-present with Neptune the whole time, and we're going to get into that. But I do want to isolate these energies a bit so that hopefully it's a bit more clear as to who's doing what and how these two are going to be reinforcing each other in Aries here. So when we're dealing with Saturn, what we're ultimately dealing with is rules, authority, institutions, convention, the way that things are, the way that things have been and have been done. It tends to represent the boundary between what's acceptable and what's not. It also represents what is on both sides of those boundaries. So what is conventional, but also what is alienated, what is given kind of outsider status. So when it comes to like in-grouping and out-grouping, things like that, Saturn also rules that. It has a lot to do with time and long-term plans as well, in addition to the kind of good, clean effort that we wind up putting into things. Discipline, delayed gratification, things like this. Saturn, as I mentioned, it rules Aquarius in traditional notions. It also rules Capricorn. It also has its exaltation where it performs very well in Libra as well. And the sign opposite to that is where Saturn falls, and that is going to be in Aries. So this speaks to what's referred to as debility. So Saturn is debilitated. It's in its fall when it's in Aries. What does that mean? It means that it doesn't have any of the normal tools that it's going to want to work with in order to achieve its goals. So it's looking for a lot of time and patience, professionalism, consideration, planning. It's looking for structure. It's looking for maturity. And with that, what it sets out to do is to build something very lasting, which is going to serve us for quite some time. And it does so slowly so that it can get that foundation as strong as it can. Whether that foundation is fundamentally social, like when it's in Libra or Aquarius, it's really working with people and the systems of people, making sure everyone's on the same page, working towards similar goals, making sure everyone's being reasonable with each other, and that they're respecting each other's boundaries and things like this. Or whether it's really trying to work with the material, the institutions, the rules, the governance structures, and things like that when it's in Capricorn. In Aries, it doesn't have any of that. What it's working with is materials that are contrary to its goal. So in Aries, what Saturn has to work with is a very childlike, very impatient nature, right? It has impulsiveness. It has the ability to conflict with others very quickly and then quickly get over it as well. So it has the ability to fight. It has the ability to do things very quickly. There's a lot of impatience here. There's a huge amount of individuality as well. Saturn tends to work with either institutions or types of people, trying to get everyone on the same page. So it doesn't really have the normal stuff to work with. Now, that doesn't mean that Saturn isn't going to accomplish its goals here. It can. It just needs to work a bit harder, and it needs to be a lot more careful about falling into different kinds of traps. Now, what can get really complicated is when we do see how some of those themes can wind up overlapping. In fact, that can be a little bit extra complicated. When we're dealing with Saturn and we're dealing with Aries, those can wind up coming together as a lot of domination, a desire to control things, a desire to be an authority and to control other people, things like that. So enforcement, physical enforcement, like I was speaking of around like might makes right, things like that. Saturn and Aries can definitely wind up reinforcing those kinds of notions. But with debilitated planets, just as often, if not more, we actually see some pretty cool things come out of the fact that it's not working with its normal stuff. So this Saturn is going to be building new frameworks, new structures, new authorities, because Aries is always the first. It wants to do things differently. It wants to do things in a very pioneering kind of a nature. So with this Saturn in Aries, matters of leadership and authority are going to be spoken of a lot. We're going to be talking about leadership. We're going to be talking about prime ministers and presidents and CEOs and things like this, and whether or not they're up to the job. A lot of them are not going to be. Those who are going to be very well suited to be adaptable and flexible in different kinds of environments. And they should actually be really wonderful leaders, those that do prove their grit through this period of time because of the fact that that authority is kind of quote unquote weakened by this Saturn being debilitated, not to mention it being right next to Neptune, which is causing for all of the lines and the boundaries to be blurred. So if we can find some disciplined ethical leadership during this period of time, you better believe they're going to be sticking around for a while because people are going to really recognize that and it's going to stand out in a really wonderful way. There's going to be a desire for new leaders that haven't failed yet. There's also going to be a desire for self-authority as well. So not having someone impose a bunch of rules upon you, standing up for oneself and others. There is going to be an interesting kind of underdog vibe to that Saturn in Aries as well. We could see some very independent individuals serve in leadership roles quite well during this period of time, where they don't necessarily need to tell people what to do, but they can lead through example. But we're also going to likely see a lot of news and talk about martyrs as well, with Saturn and Neptune both there in Aries. Strategic and very patient leadership is going to be favored during this time. If you are at all in a leadership position, I would really be thinking these things through and trying to consider how you might be able to take the lessons of Saturn in Aries on board, because it will be relevant for everyone. This isn't just executive leadership. So tough, ethical leadership is going to be very respected. There's not going to be any room for empty promises. There's not going to be any room for excuses. The time for excuses is very much, and I cannot emphasize that enough, over with these two moving out of Pisces and into Aries. Aries doesn't want to hear it. It's not going to have the patience to have you finish a sentence explaining why you didn't do what you swore up and down that you were going to do, or something like this. Like, this is going to be very cut and dry in terms of results. That's what's going to be looked to. And I think that that's also going to really help quite a bit with those leaders that lead by example, not by telling people what to do. Because the thing is, if you're in a leadership position, think about the fact that this Aries Saturn is also going to be in everyone that you are trying to lead. They don't want to be told what to do. They want to be led. So that is something very much to keep in mind as well. Impulsive leadership, as well as shallow ambitions, are going to run into walls here, because that's going to piss off Saturn, and Saturn's going to block that up quite a bit. Abuse of power, as well as abuse of control, is also going to wind up bringing some very strong consequences. Saturn has a lot to do with karma, and boy, can it remember that you screwed up a couple years ago, and it can teach you a lesson about the fact that that took place. Matters of timing, patience, discipline are going to be super important. This is going to be difficult. There's going to be some troubles with timing. There's going to be some impatience, but there's also going to be some feeling rushed, right? So we may simultaneously, even without the imposition of others, feel both rushed and impatient. And that's probably going to be one of the main things that winds up driving us a little bit crazy in the coming year. So if we can try to really structure our days, our lives, things like that, so that we know what are the marks I'm trying to hit, so that we're not hard on ourselves about, oh, I know that I could push myself to do 3 more hours, but the issue is then you're pushing yourself right into a wall, and you can wind up burning out through that. So that's also something we want to keep this in balance when we're dealing with these kinds of conflicting Aries versus Saturn, when we're trying to get them on the same page. So slow but steady is going to really win the race here for sure. We're also going to need to show some discipline in the face of a desire to act impulsively. Those impulses are going to come through, and Saturn's going to have to say, hold up, one, let's think that through, make sure that that's a good choice. But also, we need to get this done first. We need to get the work done, and then we can go have fun. So planning first, then acting, and then enduring is going to be really important. So make sure you don't skip the planning phases, and also try not to forget the endurance aspect of this as well. We do need to apply our energy in that sustainable fashion, not burning ourselves out, but also not getting distracted. Additionally, courage is going to be really important with that Saturn in Aries. That is going to reward courage a lot, showing personal courage. Taking calculated risks is going to be very rewarded by that Saturn as well, but keyword calculated. It's going to be really important as well to try and stick with long-term goals, and to remember that victory is going to come through that endurance, because of, in part, the fact that there may be a bit of a fear or a hesitance around starting with this Saturn as well. That the planning stage could wind up being the whole stage here. So we also don't want to get caught up in the analysis paralysis of Saturn holding off the impulse of Aries to act. And if you're confused as to how that might be the case of Saturn being in Aries, but then resisting that Aries, think about what has happened to the notion of empathy in recent years with Saturn in Pisces, and the fact that there actually became an anti-empathy effort. Pisces represents empathy, and Saturn being there, some people wound up taking that and then struggling with, and in my view, rejecting actually then that empathy. So even the good qualities of the signs that we're dealing with can be resisted a bit by Saturn. And that can in turn wind up delaying personal growth through this period of time. So even if you do notice that there is some delay, just endure. That's going to be the name of the game here. Now, I'm hoping as well that Saturn being in the mix can bring some level of cultural emphasis upon perseverance and delayed gratification, rather than allowing for Neptune to go crazy and to really feed into notions of instant gratification and things like this. Now, when it comes to matters of conflict, war, or resistance, this is going to get fraught. It's going to be complicated. There's going to be some anger and war-making tendencies that can become very problematic with this alignment. There can also be some really hard lessons around conflict and hubris. So an assumption that you know what are all of the weapons that someone else is working with, for instance. And I may mean that on a literal level in terms of a war, and trying as a country to size up a different country and doing so incorrectly and underestimating something, and then running into a wall out of hubris about one's own capabilities and things like that as well. There's going to be some hard lessons there, but even if you think about your quote unquote enemy as like goal or something that you're trying to set out to conquer and achieve or something like that, if you are a bit hubristic about that and you're like, I am just going to apply my will to this and it's going to work because I'm not going to give up, but I also maybe refuse to take this class or something, or listen to this person who has some experience with this. I refuse to listen to that. I'm just going to do it my own way, kind of thing. That can also really create some hard lessons around any sort of recklessness or impulsivity, because that's really going to be resisted big time. And it's the thing with Saturn is that when you start to screw with the energies that it's dealing with, it starts to really blow back. It starts to get pretty complicated. It can start to feel like you're getting punished, and it'll look like that as well. So again, when it comes to that recklessness or impulsivity or things like that, these are aspects of too much Aries, which is something we're going to discuss here in a moment as well, that is likely to look like it's getting punished by Saturn at the very least. Additionally, those might makes right attitudes, those are going to run into walls for sure. That Saturn's ultimately not going to let that fly. It may hold the door way open for it and allow for people to step right through, but it's not going to let that stand long term. So there may be increased militarization, there may be stricter authority that tries to rise, but it's going to bring just as much backlash as it winds up applying in terms of force. And discipline is also going to be required in those fights. So any sort of fights over rights and things like that, that's going to require that kind of persistence. Protests, resistance to the status quo, especially by youth, and perhaps also around matters of war or control are very likely as well. And we may even see some institutionalization around rebellion. So organized activism or disciplined rebellions, like disciplined groups. There's also going to be issues around notions of tradition versus innovation. Saturn tends to represent tradition. I think that is sometimes a bit overemphasized because it is also the ruler of Aquarius, which can be straightforwardly very solutions oriented. But Aries is very innovative. Again, it's very pioneering. And so there can be a lot of challenges to new leaders and reformers. That's the thing. Yes, this is likely to support those that are going to do a really good job, but they won't be doing a really good job just because they're not facing some kind of a problem. They're going to be facing problems the whole time. So again, might be worth really giving credit where it's due for the new leaders that wind up really proving their grit through this whole time frame. It won't have been easy for them. There is also going to have to be a fight around all of the reforms and things like this. It's not going to be a matter of voting someone in and then just allowing for the pieces to fall where they may. It's going to require a lot of support and things like this. So we're also very much likely to see resistance to any sort of wars, any sort of overreaching authority. Also very likely to see new rules and regulations and innovation of governance models and things like this. So maybe we see AI or digital voting or something, anything really along those lines. We're very likely to see those kinds of innovations. We can also see a lot of generational conflict with this. We did see Saturn in Aries during like 67. That is very likely to be seen again. We even wound up seeing it in the mid to late 90s, where we had the whole slacker culture and the resistance of Gen X against the cookie cutter jobs and the offices and things like this as well. Also, in terms of the new forms of governance, we may even see that on kind of a like community level or an individual level. We may see that on a global level in terms of affinity groups or people working with each other across borders and things like that to advocate for new governance models or things like that. Also, a lot of individualism and self-reliance will be rewarded. So there's going to be a strong desire for independence and self-reliance with both of these here. But we could see that go in the direction of like DIY or homesteading or nomadism or survivalism, a lot of small businesses, a lot of glorification as well, and building people up around being really authentic and following, again, one's own path. Saturn would love to pave a new path in Aries. That's one thing it'll be great at doing here. And I think what's going to be kind of cool here is that, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some fly-by-night trendy people who hop onto, these things as like a bandwagon, but there's going to be some real effort put into some really enduring independence throughout this period of time. So we're likely to see some really interesting solutions around off-gridding or trying to not be dependent upon, for instance, certain grids that may be getting overtapped by AI systems and things like that. And then we can wind up maybe learning some solutions from people around how to deal with any sort of grid issues and things like that we may wind up encountering too. There's a lot of isolationism that can come through with the kind of survivor's mindset or the survivalist kind of mindset. That can be really isolating as well. So that is something to keep in mind, because a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries can absolutely alienate people, and it can isolate people, and people can become like an island of one. And that is not the most human behavior supporting kind of a situation to be in, you know. People are social animals. And I think that that is something that some may forget for a little while during this time. We may also see a lot of fear and moral panic arise as cultural reactions to some of the innovations that are going to be instituted throughout this period of time as well. Now, like I said, this Saturn in Aries, as well the Neptune in Aries, likely to rebel, likely to find control systems to be a little overly rigid. So there is this kind of inclination that there will be to flout rules, to resist restrictions on freedom, and rebellion against controlling systems, or this kind of desire for liberation, which is going to be feeding into some of the other alignments that we'll see here in a moment. There may be some co-opting or criminalizing or cracking down on that rebellion as well, but that's likely to just kind of fan the flames of discontent. And this can wind up creating some generational friction. So a lot of institutions may specifically try to resist youth-driven solutions to problems. A lot of this is going to look like planting seeds. So we're going to have to take a long view over that immediate gratification and delay that gratification for a sustained impact. Otherwise, we can get a bunch of flying by the seat of your pants, having some successes, burning out, running into problems, and then just giving up kind of a thing, which not so great qualities of Aries that we can wind up running into here. So that's taking us right into the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's going to take place on the 20th of February. So we're going to speak about some similar themes here, but I do want to run through some of this because the Saturn-Neptune conjunction itself is a very unique kind of an energy that is now being brought to this area of Aries. So when we're dealing with Saturn and Neptune conjunctions, this is around dissolving old structures, dissolving old narratives. This is around disillusionment, confronting our illusions and releasing them, letting them go. We also see authority wind up weakening. This is also a very collective kind of an alignment. So the last time that we had a Saturn-Neptune conjunction was in 1989, when we had a major global political, ideological, and economic shift. We're likely to see something like that again, where some systems wind up falling apart, wind up breaking down, but we wind up stepping into some new frameworks as well. The time before that was in the early 50s, when we had a big Red Scare, and the Cold War really kicked off overtly. The time before that was in 1917, which was during the Russian Revolution, which freaked the hell out of the ruling classes all throughout the West in particular. And so we are likely to see some themes around capitalism versus communism come up. We're likely to see a lot of discussion around that. But with that said, let's talk about what else we're likely to see with this. There's going to be themes around meaning and disillusionment, narratives that we've bought into previously that turn out not to be true, and then the disillusionment and the disappointment that can follow from that. One thing I always recommend with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is to not lean too hard into the disappointment aspect. Disillusionment is a good thing. It means that you're no longer under a specific illusion. You can move on from that. You will believe in something else again. It is important to be really honest with yourself with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, to really look honestly at why you believed that and how you might be able to avoid believing in an illusion again in the future. So this is going to be really important. This is going to highlight the drive to find deeper meaning, to confront those illusions, to release outdated structures or personal identities, or even self-limiting beliefs. So our notions of ourselves that hold ourselves back, or our notions of who we are in the world, or what our potential or what is possible for us, any sort of ego attachments that we may cling to as well. And some of those are going to be self-limiting beliefs because they make us feel safe. But this isn't about being safe. This is about taking calculated risks, pushing ourselves forward, creating a sense of personal individual development growth through this period of time. This is the spring, is what Aries represents. It is very fertile for personal growth. So this is also this first decan of Aries, really big, which is to say the first 10 degrees or so of Aries, really big on individuation. This is the least matured aspect of Aries, and it's trying to forge out, it's trying to become its own. So that's something we're all going to feel. And when it comes to any notions of ourselves and our identities that were illusions previously, we're going to be confronted with those. But again, remember, just release it. Just let it be that it was. Maybe try and take some lessons with you. Saturn usually responds well to us trying to look at the lessons and trying to learn from them, and then move forward, because this is all about creating a new sense of identity anyway. So authenticity, this is really going to emphasize the call to define oneself independently of groups or roles or your conditioning, and to really examine any like convenience-based illusions that wind up shaping your reality. So again, those safe, comfortable notions of who we are that keep us in a place where we may feel secure, but we're not quite growing. And then hopefully also exploring a new, truer version of ourselves and how we may be able to create that self. This is also going to encourage a lot of virtue and discipline and courage, making us a lot more courageous, having a lot more grit as well. So addressing the need to face fears, to be really disciplined, to build those discipline muscles, to confront any sort of imposter syndrome, to practice that kind of perseverance, that endurance that I was mentioning as well, despite any frustration, despite any delays or setbacks that wind up coming up. So choosing intentionally integrity over shortcuts, because there's going to be two paths, and Saturn and Neptune and Aries is not going to block either one of those. Are we going to try and take a shortcut, or are we going to follow the path of true personal structure and discipline and endurance and strength? Both those paths are going to be opened. One of them is going to have lessons, another one's going to have rewards, so try and choose wisely there. There's also likely to then be a lot of really personal and individual, like existential inquiry and wisdom that comes through here around who it is that we are. So there's likely to be a lot of discourse around the existential questions that we all have about who we are, our own identities, our own collapsing kinds of false narratives that we've held on to for a while, as well as a lot of discussion around the importance of critical self-honesty. We may even see self-critique come up as a discussion point a lot, being able to have the self-awareness to be critical of oneself and to turn a critical eye toward one's own, not weaknesses and not the things that we're simply honestly not great at, which is fine, that we wouldn't be, but where it is that we don't push ourselves, where it is that we don't take all that we could be, all that we can be, and really own it for fear of perhaps failure or something like that. So there's going to be a very strong awareness around the value of seeking knowledge and experience outside of our familiar or our conditioned sources, that kind of taking those calculated risks. Now, this is also, in my view, a really wonderful alignment for what's called manifestation, right? So when it comes to feeling that manifestations are blocked, try to explore how this transit winds up exposing any sort of imagined limitations. So again, what are those comfort zones? It's going to help to push you past any sort of blockages around self-sufficiency. It's going to support the manifestation of dreams through effort, because of the fact that, in my view, effort and energy applied to a goal is the ultimate kind of magic that we can create in our lives. We can manifest in a way that we can evidence the whole way through, which is take a goal, write it down, write down the steps, take the steps, and make it happen for you, right? That is a form of magic. That is a form of alchemy. We have taken our will and our energy and our effort, our emotion, our time, our resources, and we have traded those in different ways for an outcome, for that result of that achievement that we've set out to do, that goal. This is going to support the living heck out of that kind of thing, because it does want for you to be able to work with the magic of life, Neptune. But Saturn also wants for you to know that you can create that on your own. You can build that if you just set your mind to it. So it's going to want for you to be able to follow those steps, right? So it's going to really reward that kind of delayed gratification with a sense of lasting growth and character that you're going to be able to use for the rest of your lifetime as well. Just knowing, okay, I know what I'm capable of now, because I know that all I have to do is really decide on something, set my mind to it, and then move the pieces around in my life to make it so that I can make that happen for me. This is also going to encourage a huge amount of healing and releasing of old narratives. So as it winds up shattering those illusions, we wind up then facing reality. We wind up addressing those self-limiting beliefs, that which our ego clings to for structure as well. It enables us to realize those dreams, to crystallize our visions through the creation of new systems of belief, especially in ourselves, with this in Aries here. So this is the time, this is the seeding point for those new structures that we're creating for ourselves, for those new long-term plans that we're creating for ourselves to foster us for decades to come, because this is a decades-long cycle here that we're working with Saturn and Neptune. Now, on a collective and global level, this is going to bring up matters of weakening structures. It's going to undermine authority so that we can reimagine authority in a way that is going to serve us a lot better. Again, this is also the seeding point for new forms of authority. So let's make sure that we reward those that are genuinely serving collectives, right? This is also likely to bring up a huge amount of skepticism. Additionally, when some people are faced with disillusionment and the disappointment that that winds up engendering, they can get very reactive. So some people are going to cling to outdated beliefs, and it's going to be sad to see that happen. They're just going to wind up kind of stuck there, right? And they're not going to be able to deal with these new realities as well. There's also very likely to be schisms with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. We've seen that repeatedly throughout history. So redefining boundaries as well. We could see, without a doubt, some religious conflicts and challenges. Spiritual discipline is going to help us on a personal level through this period of time, a sense of faith and sticking with our faith. So just remember, 89, 52, 53, 1917, these were periods of really massive social change and reorganization, where outmoded perspectives were released and where these new eras, these new seeding points wound up coming into form. So that is a major shift that we are going to be experiencing in this coming period of time as well. So with all of that said, I hope that the Saturn aspect of that makes sense, the Neptune aspect of it makes sense, and how they wind up coming together, because we're going to be dealing with that energy for a couple years now. It's just that it's coming to a really distinctive, sharp and loud point in this February here. So now stepping into eclipse season. The eclipse seasons this year are going to be of mixed signs, because in this year we're going to have the nodal axis shift signs. So officially it's going to be on the 18th of August that we will have the North Node move from Pisces backward, because it always moves retrograde. We're going to have that move backward into Aquarius then. Again, that's going to be on the 18th of August, but we're going to start catching eclipses in Aquarius and Leo prior to that. So we are moving this year into Aquarius and Leo eclipse seasons, and we will get solar eclipses, as I have mentioned here. The solar eclipses this year are going to be in Aquarius and Leo, but the lunar eclipses this year will remain in Virgo and Pisces. So we're moving out of Virgo Pisces eclipse seasons, and we're moving into Aquarius and Leo. And that's going to last from this year of 2026 all the way through into 2028 as well. And this is going to have a lot to say about so many of the social changes that are going to be coming up for us collectively, globally. I actually want to run us through some history of the North Node in Aquarius to show you how historically these all have been periods of time where there has been rallying around causes, but it's been a mixed bag for sure. This isn't in one direction necessarily or another. And we're also going to see a little bit of interesting overlap of time frames where we've had a couple of these overlap with the Saturn and Neptune conjunctions. And the reason for that is that the nodal axis works on about an 18.5-year time frame. And if you double that, then you're getting really close to that 36-year cycle of Saturn and Neptune. So remember how I mentioned the last 3 times we've had Saturn and Neptune conjoin was 1989, 1952, and 53, because we got multiple conjunctions that time around. And the time before that was in 1917. So those dates are going to be somewhat significant as well. So I'm going to work backwards and think about the social causes that are present in these years that I'm going to mention. In 2007, we saw a lot of progressive movements. We saw a lot of frustration around economic inequality. We saw the election of Barack Obama, of course, that year. We also then had the North Node in Aquarius in 1989. And of course, that was the year when we had the Berlin Wall fell, and there was a whole reconstruction, renegotiation of what life was going to be like, what the future was going to look like throughout Eastern Europe. And that also had a huge impact on a bunch of other states, globally speaking. The time before that was in 1970, when we had a huge amount of social movements that were becoming very militant and very direct in their action. Before that, we had in 1952, that was the start of McCarthyism, which I also mentioned that with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that took place that year. But we did also see a lot of decolonization efforts in that year as well, and surrounding that year. We also had the North Node in Aquarius in 1933, and that was when the Third Reich took over in Germany. We had the Reichstag fire in that year and the twisting of that as well to assert greater control over that society. But we also had the time before that was in 1914, which was the year when a Serbian nationalist figure wound up assassinating Archduke Franz Ferdinand and kicking off what would become World War I. Now, that was also a pretty revolutionary year in all sorts of different countries throughout Europe as well. There was a lot of nationalist kind of movements because basically the old monarchies, the old powers that be were dying away. They didn't make sense in the modern world anymore. And there was a huge amount of negotiation around what nation states were going to look like going forward in Europe. And a lot of that had to be sorted out in World War I. But of course, it was one of those causes that wound up sparking that off in that year as well. So we can see how social causes are absolutely massive in every one of these years, and like historically shifting the direction of society and of history. And so we can expect more of that. And so this is very fitting with Aquarius. The North Node aspect of this, so that's going to be on this side. And these two are always, sorry, actually, I don't have it displayed here, but exactly opposite to that would be the South Node in Leo. And so what we have is the North Node is a point of kind of encouragement. It's pulling us in that direction. We're getting magnetized toward that direction for our growth. But there is conversely a comfort zone that we're called upon to kind of release, or that is overemphasized and needs to be a bit de-emphasized for the sake of growth. And when we have those points in North Node Aquarius, encouraging us to go toward the we, toward growth, a growth through collectivism, through embracing collectivism. The aspect of life that needs to be de-emphasized then with the South Node in Leo is going to be around the individual, around one's personal considerations, around ego, around solar figures. And the seeds of the downfall of some of those solar figures, as we can see from those years that I've mentioned, we can see those play out. We can see how that we, the grassroots, the collective action, the collaboration, that community, kind of coming together toward similar ends, again, for better and for worse. This isn't always a great thing to see, but we do see a lot of seeds also sown of the demise of certain solar figures, or the downfall, I should really rather say, of certain solar figures as well. And that is something that eclipses themselves can wind up conferring is the downfall of leadership, but especially when we have a south node in Leo, we're very likely to see that literal thing, these hubristic leaders and things like this falling away, or at least planting the seeds of their own downfall a little bit down the road as well. So there does, on the whole, tend to be with Aquarius here some emphasis on humanitarianism, on social involvement, on matters of equality and rights, society, progress, people power, social causes, mutual aid. So there will be a lot also with this North Node in Aquarius around networks, social networks. And I don't just mean the online ones, I mean social networking on a community level as well, and around certain causes and things like that. Matters of connectivity. There's a really strong solutions orientation that I like about Aquarius that I do think that we're going to see quite a bit emphasized here, which is we don't need to look to the past for solutions when we're dealing with Aquarius, but we are still dealing with a traditionally Saturn-ruled sign. And so it's still looking at structures. It's still looking at how do we build something that's going to be lasting, but it doesn't have to look to the past for those blueprints. It can also try things out and experiment, and through trial and error create something that's actually a lot more efficient and that's going to serve us a lot better going forward. So even when it comes to social structures and things like this, that which we're building together during this period of time, hopefully we can be very consciously aware of the fact that we're working with a lot of that kind of epoch framing energy in this coming year, and these eclipses are going to wind up feeding into that. So how well can we structure that? How good of an influence and an impact can we have on our society, rather than just saying, oh, well, this other group is going to ruin things, so whatever, it's just going to be doomed or whatever. It's like, no, it's up to us. It's very much up to us in 2026 as to how these things wind up looking. And that's, I think, another thing that is going to be really important in this coming year, is that this whole kind of giving up and woe is us and there's nothing that we can do kind of attitude is just not going to cut it in this coming year, and really in several years to come. It's going to be completely out of step with the energies that we're working with, fortunately. It is going to be up to those of us who are willing to kind of push things in a certain direction and hold on to beliefs as to how society is going to wind up unfolding in the coming several decades, really, with the seeds that are sown during this period of time. Now, there can be some detachment, a little bit of objectivity about certain things. So this isn't about personalizing. This isn't about me creating a world around myself that is all about me and all about what I'm wanting. Again, it's really about the collectivities and things like this. There's a lot of social consciousness. There's a lot of social intelligence that is going to be very well rewarded by that North Node in Aquarius there as well during these years. Technologies and innovation, we're also going to see a lot of that developing. And some of that's going to be around the large language models. And we're going to have to speak up about how it is that we want for those things to play out, you know. So we're also going to see a lot of news and stuff around surveillance, big tech, AI, automation. When it comes to matters of like, how are we going to incorporate that into matters of governance or voting or participation or things like that, that's going to be, again, up to our own insistence. And there may even be even stronger attempts to open source. That's also something that's going to be very supported by Aquarius, this North Node in Aquarius. And open sourcing means that you're actually able to look at the code. And so it's not this kind of closed circuit proprietary thing where you're not allowed to look at what the program is actually doing, but rather there's a lot more transparency when something is open source. So we're probably going to see a lot of efforts to try and open this tech up as well and collectivize the technologies, collectivize the innovation. And if there are some very like open source, collectively organized large language models or things like that, that could even wind up making obsolete or making superfluous some of these like open AI, quote unquote open AI, which is not at all open and could be potentially very harmful. So it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a bit of a fight there again. This is going to encourage that kind of push and pull when it comes to how society is going to function going forward, going to be up to those that are involved and those that are providing their input onto what they're wanting to see in the world. Now, of course, with this North Node getting ever closer in the coming couple of years to that Pluto there, with eclipses up in the space that are going to be co-present with Pluto for sure, there can be this kind of martialization of tech that winds up reaching a crescendo in the coming couple of years. So there, we may see some kind of weaponization of technology that we haven't quite seen yet, but that can also then sow the seeds of regulation and things like that that are going to be pushed for here. Additionally, this is going to encourage a lot of unique and sincere efforts towards solutions as well. So sincere movements. That said, one thing that's going to be important, I think, during this period of time is to try to remain heart-centered and to keep our hearts open in this period of time. So leaning on the good qualities of Leo. We don't want to forget those. We don't want to leave Leo out of the equation. We're going to have eclipses there. And having the South Node there is just saying there's a tendency to overdo such that we're dealing with some of the shadow side of Leo. And when we get into that shadow side of Leo, we start to deal with a lot of the consequences of that. So that's going to be diminishment or downfall, things like this around ego, cults of personality, hierarchies. And for some, this is going to remain a crutch, but an ever less stable one. Especially with Jupiter and the eclipses coming in, we're going to have a long time where in 2026, 2027, we have Mars as well in Leo. And so it's going to really destabilize that whole area and relying upon those cults of personality for guidance and things like this. There's very likely to be a lot of crises around centralized power. So those that are trying to become a vacuum for power and trying to bring it all to themselves, any sort of vanity projects and things like that, authoritarian efforts going to start to fall apart in the coming couple of years. So these eclipses that are coming up, they will point to the diminishment of grandiosity, these falls from grace as well. So we're likely to see a lot of theatrics and problems and complications and even embarrassment around theatrics, around nationalism, around quote-unquote saviors, around personal like victimhood or martyrdom or blaming others or ego, things like this. So that shadow side of the ego self is really going to be put on full display for a lot of people. So those hubristic kind of narcissistic personalities and things like that are likely to really kind of get put in their place in this period of time. And it's going to be really, I think, interesting to watch play out. There's going to be some ego deaths for sure. So with that said, we will look at each of these eclipses as well in turn. So we're going into this eclipse season where we will have a solar eclipse in Aquarius, and then we'll discuss the Virgo lunar eclipse that's coming up on the 3rd of March. But the Aquarius solar eclipse will be on February 17th. And this is going to be at 28 degrees of Aquarius. It's going to be pretty sharply square to Uranus in Taurus as well. And that's likely to be the loudest aspect of that. And it does reinforce a lot of those Aquarian kinds of themes around defiance and breaking free from the rules of others, especially those which are outdated or have shown themselves to not be very effective or not very efficient or not very useful or lacking in utility, that are maybe created just to serve the ego of someone else, for instance, and rather striking out on one's own, not feeling a need or even the ability to tolerate living by those rules of other people that don't make sense anymore, you know? So we are really likely to see some of that big time defiance, really breaking free from social stagnation and things like this, from social convention and from authorities, the authority figures that are not really serving social needs anymore. So what's interesting is that during this eclipse, we also have a very close conjunction between an exalted Pisces Venus, as well as the North Node. So we still have the North Node in Pisces here, but we're catching an eclipse on the Aquarius side. So this is really emphasizing and really making very visible and loud that exalted Venus. And why does Venus exalt in Pisces? That's because it takes the harmony-seeking, loving, and sensitive aspects of Venus, and it winds up universalizing them in Pisces. So this is where love and care and consideration and harmony turns into compassion, empathy, faith, and social care, and making sure that the downtrodden are taken care of, and that we're watching out for each other, and that we are collectively, universally taking care of each other and loving each other. So that is all going to be really highlighted during this period of time as well. It's likely to be something of a guiding light through this time, this kind of compassion, empathy, creativity as well, a very wonderful and prolific kind of creativity that's also infusing this period of time culturally. That Venus is also applying a trine to Jupiter in the sky, which is ruling it as well in Pisces. Jupiter rules Pisces. So this is all very, very nice and lovely. This is also really going to support the long-term vision and the heart-centeredness of any sort of causes or movements or organizations or things that wind up kicking off around this period of time that get seeded with this solar eclipse that's about breaking free from outdated structures and conventions and things like this that don't make sense anymore, that aren't serving people's needs, that are no longer sensitive to the needs of collectives through this time. This is bringing us back to the sense of faith in love, as well as a kind of unbounded creativity. So not trying to feed into like a corporate gaze. I'll use that word. Not feeding into this corporate expectation, but rather than aligning with something fresh and new. So this is going to feed into some of the kind of cultural renaissance energies that we're going to be getting into this year as well. Now, as well as all of this, very fascinatingly, just a couple days after this, the ruler of this eclipse, which is Saturn in the traditional rulership schema, that is right there with Neptune. 3 days later on the 20th is the exact conjunction of Saturn and Neptune that we've been building up to for a couple of years at this point. So that is really tied into this whole new framework, this whole new narrative, this whole new, again, seeding point of the new society that this moment is representing as well. So those new structures, new organizations, those new possibilities are really infused in this moment. I would be blown away if we don't see some long-lasting movement or cause or new organizational framework or some new notion about where it is that society is going in the future. I would be blown away if we don't see something like that created basically in this week. On a personal level, this is really going to be about redefining one's own life, one's own passions, one's own identity, kind of living more by your own rules rather than by what you think the expectations are of you or what you think is going to go over well. This is about creating solutions for yourself as well, and aligning with new structures and new organizations, new narratives, new possibilities, breaking free from stagnancy as well. This is also carrying on from that giant pileup of planets that we saw kicking off Aquarius season. So now we're wrapping up Aquarius season with this big eclipse as well. And so we could also see still in this moment, especially because of the square to Uranus, which is disrupting Taurus, which is in and of itself convention, tradition, stability, what we're used to, right? It is also a financial sign. And Uranus and Taurus has aligned quite strongly with like Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, things like that. I would expect some disruptions along those lines. We may see some market fluctuations, or more so, the way that I would imagine this is that we're going to see major fluctuations in valuation, which is really just another way of saying fluctuations in markets, because that's all that those markets are sizing up is valuation, not the actual value of a company, but what people think the value of that is, what they're willing to pay for a piece of it in that moment, right? So I would imagine that we will see some shifts, changes, even some shocks, some surprises, some upsets, some major rocking of the boat when it comes to financial or media or leadership areas of society in this period of time. So we may even see the downfall of some leaders. That is also very surprising through this period of time. Or even we may see the downfall, or at least the seeding of the downfall of what Uranus and Taurus has represented. And said it repeatedly in the past, but when we look back through history, Uranus and Taurus speaks to the pre-Revolutionary War period of the United States and of France, the pre-revolution France as well. And we can see how that there was a lot of centralization of power and almost a cruelty among the ruling classes there. We also saw that in the antebellum South of the United States, just prior to the Civil War, when people got really extra cruel as well. And so there's this heightened cruelty that we can already see at that point. And what's the most recent period of time that we had Uranus and Taurus was during the 1930s and 40s, leading up to the U.S. getting involved in and the USSR starting to push back on the Third Reich, the Nazi party. So that was representative of all of those extremely twisted and cruel and backward looking and extremely, extremely hierarchical and exploitative rulership classes that got so unbelievably out of hand during those times and wound up being successfully fought against and overcome once Uranus wound up moving into Gemini, which is what we're coming into in this year as well. So that Uranus and Taurus is really representing the cruelty structure of ruling classes and the centralization of power that is unacceptable then to the populations that they are tightening the screws upon and that they are exploiting. And there winds up then having that sea change. Well, that sea change is getting really kicked up by this eclipse because of the fact that there's that square, which is a highly conflictual alignment from a very loud configuration like an eclipse toward that Uranus and Taurus. So this is kind of a death knell. These are the last throes of a lot of the pro-cruelty movements among the ruling classes that we've seen in the past several years, especially since 2018 in particular, when we had Uranus move into Taurus there. So very likely to see those shocks and shifts within those leadership structures more than anything else. Additionally, then, with this new moon eclipse in Aquarius being ruled by a debilitated Saturn in Aries here, a few days before the exact conjunction to Neptune, I could really see someone, again, especially a leadership figure, really losing the script here. So we may wind up seeing a weird, again, embarrassing, potentially Emperor's New Clothes moment where people are not buying it, where there's something that is being put on the table that people are not taking. I kind of can't overemphasize, but also don't want to worry regular people about this. But I kind of can't overemphasize how destabilizing it is to have an eclipse, solar eclipse, that is square to Uranus, which is ruled by a planet that is debilitated and conjoined to Neptune. The bottom kind of falls out with this. But the reason that I don't want to freak people out is that I don't think that this is necessarily a negative for populations. I think this is actually a positive, and that the bottom kind of needs to fall out on some of these things in order to create these new structures, new organizations, new possibilities that the door is being opened for in this moment. So it's interesting. I don't want to stress people out about that, but I also don't want to underemphasize like how significant of shifts we're likely to see through this season. And I would say within a few weeks of February 17th is very likely to have a lot of that really, really, really loud And we could absolutely see a tech or an AI crash or something like that through this period of time. So yeah, I could also see this being a lashing out as well. Leadership lashing out in weird ways, the fall from grace as well, especially among those highly resistant to the changes that are being forced by the planets here as well. Because there's this massive shift underway, systemic and structural, around matters of belief and values on a global level with this. The old order is really falling away and another is taking its place. This is really acutely disruptive, but it's going to be those who are really resisting the shifts and changes that are overdue that are most likely to have this kind of fallout from all of this as well. So this is also going to wind up wrapping up with Mars coming through this area as well. Mars is going to be the first planet to come through this area and conjoin that as well. And that's going to be like at the end of February there during the Saturn-Neptune conjunction as well. And to me, it just looks like a really big rebellion against tradition or authority. This doesn't necessarily just have to impact the US, but I do want to say this is on this eclipse is on the United States moon. And Saturn and Neptune, so Saturn, the ruler of this eclipse, and Neptune are on the Imum Coeli, or on the foundation point in the natal chart of the United States as well. So this could take on something of a martial or a violent theme that I might not want to say, oh, don't worry about that quite as much. So we may see some actual fighting or some actual utilization of war to try to resist some of these changes or something like that. And I don't just mean in the US. But with that said, let's talk about the Virgo eclipse as well that's just about to come up, the lunar Virgo eclipse. We've been having Pisces and Virgo eclipses since 2024 when we first had a Pisces lunar eclipse in the autumn of 2024. And this has been creating some fogginess, some reflection around what it is that we believe in. Because of the North Node being in Pisces, it's been bringing us toward what do you believe in? What do you value? What do you care about? What are you compassionate toward? Who are you taking care of? What stories, what narratives do you believe in as well? And so it's calling our attention toward that. It is calling for us to be compassionate. And boy, have we seen some people violating what the North Node is calling for. We've also seen some really wonderful people leaning strongly into their faith and their empathy through this period of time. And that is likely long-term to be sowing some really wonderful seeds as well. This has also been deepening a lot of perception around what's hidden and what we're being deceived around as well. It's been calling the attention toward where there's fog, where there's smoke and mirrors and things like this. And so we've seen some scandals where there's an attempt to hide things. There's an attempt at cover-ups and things like this, but people haven't looked away. We've also then seen a lot of shifts when it comes to communication and media, as well as spirituality and religion. So we've been seeing that on the South Node side, where communications and media, mass communications, we've seen a lot of that kind of fall away and weaken. We've seen truth weaken. We've seen evidence weaken. We've seen being able to focus in on facts and figure out what are the facts of the situation. We've seen a real weakening in that area as the South Node, which again diffuses it, it releases, it de-emphasizes the Virgoan here. Now, there's probably some reasons for that it's not so much about what are the facts, but can we be compassionate with each other, regardless of all of the details of all of these different things? Looking at that from a spiritual or a philosophical perspective or an ethical perspective, we have also, of course, seen shifts in spirituality and religion. We've come into a new pope as well. And we've seen a lot of pushing and pulling and tug of war over Catholicism in particular and the direction that that's going to be taking. But we've also seen that in a lot of Protestant denominations too. Not to mention we've seen a strong spiritualization of a lot of people as well, where people have been leaning toward faith and they have been leaning toward philosophy. And in this unsettled moment of, well, if there's not going to be a compass out there for me to rely upon out in the world, out in the world of evidence and facts, then I'm going to need to find that inner compass, and I'm going to need to follow that during this period of time. And a lot of people have done that. Also, though, that subjective interpretation. So a lot of what I was saying with Neptune and Pisces and Saturn in Pisces, and how there was that kind of painting with a broad brush and creating these big narratives that were just all encompassing and had these really clear cut, this is good and this is evil and this is the hero and this is the villain and so on and so forth. I will say this Virgo lunar eclipse, I hate to challenge an eclipse, but this one looks a lot quieter than what we were looking at with the solar eclipse. It's going to be a bit of a theme that we're working with these lunar eclipses. They are significantly quieter. And perhaps the reason for that is that it is the leadership, it is the sun that needs to be eclipsed in this coming year in the more significant ways. It's not so much populations, except insofar as we're still dealing with Virgo and Pisces, and populations are going to need to shift narratives and shift their beliefs in order to keep up with what's being revealed in these periods of time. So this lunar eclipse in Virgo is likely to have us very sensitive and feeling a bit untethered. A lot of shifts have taken place. We may feel a bit up in the air. We've got a lot of Pisces stuff going on during this period of time. So we have Venus and we have a Mercury in Pisces, which is ruling this eclipse. And that is in its detriment and its fall. So it's double debilitated when it's in Pisces. We have, of course, the Sun and the North Node are in Pisces, but we also have Mars having just hopped into that Pisces as well. And all of this is ruled then by Jupiter, which is exalted and in a wonderful sign for it. And it's also in these trines, which is absolutely lovely, very sensitive, super supportive, but very still foggy. So we are still feeling very untethered of like, what is going on? How is this going to look? How is this all going to shake out? Fact is, we don't know what the details are yet. They haven't been written with Mercury ruling this eclipse. It hasn't been written. What we're doing is we're unwriting some things here with that Mercury retrograde in its detriment, in its fall. We're basically using the eraser right now around a lot of belief systems, a lot of ideas that we've had. So I think that the best way that we can utilize this transit is to provide a lot of support and care and consideration for others. There has been a lot of discussion, which I think is healthy, around when people who have maybe believed in some very harmful things and said some really awful things, to the extent that we can be patient and not be like open arms supportive necessarily of people who have been nasty and awful in recent years, but at the very least not going so far out of our way to say, you idiot, I told you so, you're so stupid and you are incurable and we don't want you, kind of thing. That can be a real problem. And so the less maybe that we can say, like the more frustrated we are about what's gone on in recent years, maybe the less that we can say of I told you so and I still am mad at you, maybe the better. Maybe like the do no harm kind of aspect is something that we can kind of lean into here. And then for those who still have a lot of emotional labor, available to be provided, maybe they can provide some education or provide some facts or provide a little bit of guidance or something like that. But again, for the rest of us who have been dealing with a lot of upheaval in these recent years, taking that time out for rest and healing, the tide is turning. And this summer is going to be pretty big. And so taking this time to not try and push things forward, but in March to release a little bit. So taking a breath, taking maybe some time out, maybe even for some people tuning out a little bit during March might be very helpful. I will also say this does look like, after we've been dealing with a huge amount of loudness from Saturn, this does look like Jupiter is trying to reassert some order. Yes, this is a Mercury ruled eclipse, but we've got so much going on in Pisces right now, all of that's ruled by Jupiter. This looks a lot like the Pisces lunar eclipse that took place on, I want to say, the 7th of September of 2025. So thinking to this past September and some of the shifts and changes that went on internally, emotionally, in terms of your beliefs, in terms of your sense of your own possibility and things like that, that was probably a season of healing. I would imagine this one's going to feel very, very similar. Structurally, it looks very much the same. Now, as we move into April, now we have another stellium that we're dealing with. And this one is, it's going to be developing throughout this kind of mid-late April timeframe when it's going to be the most significant. And so what we have here is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries, right? And then we're going into Aries season, which means, of course, we get the sun involved. We also then get Mars hopping into Aries and conjoining Neptune and then Saturn. And we also have Mercury hopping in, conjoining Neptune and then Mars and Saturn as well. I don't love this lineup. I don't love how this is likely to play out. I think it's going to be a bit rude for a lot of people. One thing I would definitely recommend here, kind of full stop and with a lot of care, is to avoid erratic people, to avoid spaces where you may run into them, to avoid argumentation, to avoid fighting. It's a no-win situation, basically, when we are dealing with fighting words and harsh thoughts and hatred and anger and things like that. And those that are inclined toward those things, those people are likely to be extra angry. This is impacting the mind. Mercury's involved. And the mind is foggy and super unclear with Neptune here. When we're dealing with Neptune in Aries, we are dealing with a kind of fog of war situation, which is the lack of clarity that can come through when one is red-faced, right? The completely unclear thinking that can come through in a rage. And then we have that mind and all of the words that go along with that mind also in conjunction with a very strong Mars, which is making it even angrier and even more likely to act in a moment, to act on their anger in that moment. And then we have these intense consequences that are coming through Saturn, which is debilitated and is itself very reactive and very moody and not liking where it's at and feeling itself kind of under the gun of Mars, which is its host in that sign. Now, additionally, I don't quite have it here, but I do want to point out that this really comes to a head as well. And especially, I think, on the 19th of April in particular, we get a damn near exact conjunction between Mercury and Mars and Saturn, all at like 7 degrees of Aries. So that's going to be really, really, really loud as well. I will say I'm personally kind of planning to not really be dealing with a lot of people through that period of time. I'm going to try to kind of introvert a lot. And I would kind of recommend maybe taking that approach there. There's a push and a pull between a grind, like grinding through, pushing through, discipline, persistence, things like that. And then also coming to a grinding halt. And there may be a bit of both. And it's likely that we're going to move between those kinds of energies on a personal level through this period of time. And we can utilize a lot of willpower and a lot of persistence, a lot of disciplined action and focus through this period of time, and almost become singularly focused on a particular goal. And that can be okay. That is one way to utilize this. Because one thing that I find is that when you are applying effort in a given direction and you keep running into a wall, usually it's because you're supposed to do things a little bit differently. And if you keep pushing, you might, at best, just be kind of wasting some energy and spinning your wheels on something that you're going to wind up doing differently anyway. So it may be wise to try not to be super hard-headed, which is very much a Mercury, Mars, Saturn in Aries thing that can wind up playing out here, is becoming very hard-headed and not taking no for an answer, you know, even from the universe. a lot of people refer to these strong aspects between Mars and Saturn, like a conjunction or a square or an opposition between them, as hitting the gas and the brake at the same time. And that's just wasteful and possibly even injurious. So great for willpower, great for just going full on in persistence and insistence and determination, but also running into some frustration here for sure. Now, we can endure and pivot, try to stay on our toes. A Mercury in Aries is really sharp, and a Mars in Aries is able to quickly adjust and take a different tack as necessary to get around obstacles. So that's one thing that we can really exercise our muscles on here, is like quickly adjusting and quickly adapting to the walls that are being erected in our face there, right? So that can be quite helpful, enduring and learning from the obstacles. But it would be wise when we do hit those walls, take that pivot slow, think it through a bit, and then exert this kind of quiet authority over yourself as well and your own actions. And try to channel any sort of frustration that comes up as productively as you can. Also, speaking a little bit more slowly. Take your time in speech so that you don't say things that are revealing in a way maybe that you don't want to be, or are more angry or contain a little bit more venom than you're intending to really exude during this time. Additionally, mental tensions are going to be very high, not just in ourselves, which is one thing that Aries can forget, is that it's not just it that's feeling that thing. So it's not just an internal situation. All of us are going to be feeling this intense kind of mental tension. And so people, generally speaking, including ourselves, are likely to be impatient or anxious or angry. So try to take a step back in those moments, either when you're feeling those things or when you're encountering those things in other people, and try to focus on problem solving and flexibility. Again, the adaptability here. And I do also mean that with Mercury here, we could see a lot of vehicle accidents, transit accidents, things like that as well. So try to avoid those things by backing off, by not speeding. Again, what's a moment when you're hitting the accelerator and the brake at almost the same time is when you're going too fast and you need to then slam on the brakes to avoid an accident. So try to back off of people's bumpers and things like that, and try to back off from vehicles that are on people's bumpers, etc. We could also see those kinds of accidents and breakdowns as an overheating or an overexertion of certain machines and things like that. So we could see technological or machinery breakdown. We could see even threats here with Mercury involved. That's threatening language, or threats of violence or war, or threats of a taking away of one's ability to do certain things. That's one of the shadow aspects of Saturn in Aries, is it can be authoritarian or domineering as well, and punitive even. So some of that, the machinery breakdown could even be infrastructure or engineering problems, things like that we wind up running into. So hopefully not industrial accidents or explosions or fires involving machinery or metal or industry or military or something like that. And so maybe if there are overstrained markets and things like that, we may see some breakdown in trade or commerce to wait that out or something like that, with Mercury involved here. Commerce and trade is also involved. Also with Neptune there, trade, shipping is involved there. We could see breakdowns along all of those lines. Additionally, with Saturn there, with Mars in Aries, I do wonder if there's going to be some stoppage of weapons. The initiation of, I think, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which was quite interesting. I think there was also some gun control that wound up being instated. And I think some of the first gun control instated in the US was when we had alignments kind of similar to some of this. Now, young people are going to be very prominent with this too. So the actions of young people or actions against young people, I'm hoping that there's not discussion of wars. That's very impactful on young people, and especially if there's any sort of worry about draft or something like that. But there can be some really incredibly strong statements as well, like especially statements that are demanding that something stop hopefully not speech crackdowns under the pressure of Mars and Saturn impacting Mercury there. But I will say that those are likely to face some pretty quick blowback in kind of all directions. So I wouldn't expect for that to actually work, but there may be some attempt to censor media or to increase the polarization or extremes, increase the extremes in order to lead to issues around accountability or something like this, like really rallying against accountability. The accountability is also there, and awareness around issues of discipline is also very much there. So maybe there's something about martial discipline that's coming up as a big discussion with this as well. There could be some spying too, with Mercury being the eyes, the ears, listening in, paying attention, and that being martialized by the Mars and Saturn there, but also that Mercury is in a sextile to Pluto. I also wouldn't be surprised about. I do think there's going to be a lot of news, and I think a lot of it's going to feel like bad news. But some of this, again, might be some breakages and some breakthroughs that are unfortunately necessary to get us into something else, to get us to push past this point. We are likely to see extreme rhetoric and words used as weapons through this time. Manipulation around people's minds, again, keeping in mind that we do have these sextiles to Pluto as well. And that's part of the reason why I especially don't love this lineup here, is that it's so closely tied into and supported by Pluto, which when Pluto is in agreement with both of the malefics plus Mercury, which winds up agreeing with the malefic planets and becoming malefic itself, when it is in close contact with them like that, this is very tricky. There's definite weird stuff going on, I hate to say. There may even be some nasty, hateful words or legislation that winds up being passed during this time, which is speaking to some kind of fear-mongering or saber rattling. So additionally, I think that things are going to kind of get a bit out of hand here under this influence. Like there's too much Aries. That's something that I remember mentioning a little earlier in all of this, is that we get all of the quote unquote too much Aries significations playing out here. So fighting, aggression, threats, confrontation, geopolitical tension, border disputes, strong arm tactics, violent attacks, rashness, control issues, foolishness, anger, hate, wiping the slate clean, but not in a great way, issues around men and masculinity and militaries and police, and those kind of control and enforcement institutions. And a lot of this is going to be done in a very immature and wrong-headed kind of a way, because again, this is first decan Aries. It's extremely inexperienced and it's not competent yet. It's still even trying to individuate. It doesn't really know what it's doing quite yet. With the fact that there's only flowing aspects here as well, this is something that I think trips people up when they're first getting into astrology, is that we have a tendency to over rely upon ideas of good things come from flowing aspects and bad things come from hard aspects, but that is not at all true. And I remember pointing out on the 4th of April of 2025, I was saying there's a disaster here. And the reason I was saying that there was a disaster there was because of the fact that we had Mars over in Cancer in a trine to Saturn in Pisces, and both of them were in sextiles to Uranus in Taurus. And that looked to me like potentially a financial kind of a disastrous moment around protectionism, and that was Liberation Day when all of the tariffs wound up coming into place. It was purely a minor grand trine like this, where we only had those flowing aspects that was pointing to that. And we have another kind of a lineup like that where there's nothing that's getting in the way. There's nothing that's able to stop this from playing out the way that it's going to play out, because there's nothing square to it, because there's nothing opposite to it. It's all basically, even Jupiter here is missing out on any sort of close squares. There's little in terms of an ability of other energies to intervene here. And I do think that there's going to be some bad judgment calls that wind up taking place and that are difficult to resist, impulsive actions basically that wind up blowing back. This doesn't mean that, oh, this is a disaster for everyone. This looks to me like insanely bad judgment. Again, very likely to blow back on any sort of leadership that's taking really bad judgment calls. But there could be some people that are caught in the crosshairs of this as well, is a little bit more of what I'm worried about. So hopefully we also don't see things like extreme storms or weather or natural disasters, maybe fires or something, also unfortunately be the case. So I hate to say all of that. It's probably going to be entertaining on a disturbing kind of a level. There's going to be funny moments in here, certainly, but there's also going to be some weird stuff to watch. And again, I think some breakdowns and maybe some even literal breakages or accidents or things like that that are very unfortunate that we wind up having to witness in the media. All right, so finally on the 26th of April, we have Uranus moving into Gemini permanently. We did get a little bit of a preview of this alignment last year, but only for a few months, and now it's going to stick with us through 2032. And I'll give you the dates of the last 3 times that we've had Uranus in Gemini. I won't go super into Uranus in Taurus since I already kind of covered that a little bit earlier, but with the dates of Uranus in Gemini previously, the last time was 1941 to 1949. So, of course, that was during the Second World War and when there were a lot of anti-fascist movements going on, fighting back, pushing back the fascist movements, and also decolonization took place throughout that period of time. The time before that was 1858 to 1866. So, of course, that was the period of time under which we saw the U.S. Civil War. We also saw a lot of organization around labor and strikes, things like this in Europe, throughout Europe. We also then saw in 1774 to 1782, the last time that we had Uranus and Gemini, was the U.S. Revolution, the lead up to the French Revolution, as well as a lot of resistance to these concepts of divine right of kings. And we saw the Enlightenment ideas really come into concrete form through governance by this point. And that is one of the major themes that we're working with when we have a relatively more unrestrained Uranus, is enlightenment, generally speaking. Now, it can be pretty radical, and when it is in a very conventional or a very conservative sign, it can become very reactionary. However, when it moves into Gemini, it will be very encouraging to progressive movements, to progressive forms, new forms of social organization, of social connection, things like this. So we're likely to see a huge release of a lot of innovation, freedom, disruption, a lot of awakening, a lot of enlightenment, and big time acceleration of social progress and technological progress as well. So Uranus, especially when it's in Gemini, is the reformer, it's the rebel. It represents sudden breakthroughs and quantum leaps. And so we are likely to see a huge amount of rapid change, revolution, modernization, maybe hyper-modernization during this period of time, as well as a lot of breaking from convention. So finally, with Uranus out of Taurus, it's no longer needing to work within those confines. It can break free from those confines and start to behave in a bit more of a natural way for it, where it's able to really reimagine social systems, as well as systems like networks, like communications networks and things like that. It's going to be working on those a lot. Communication as in language. It'll be working on language and disrupting that quite a bit as well. Also, a huge amount of revelations when it comes to information, knowledge, shocks, liberation from stagnation as well. So that's that kind of accelerating things, pushing things forward, as well as a lot of lightning bolt inspiration and genius moments. So inspiring ideas, a lot of inspiring cultural shifts and cultural awakenings as well with Uranus and Gemini. So there's a lot of opportunities for new and inventive forms of self-expression and collective expression. This will support a lot of originality, a lot of people kind of going out on a limb. Also very embracing of freedom and authenticity as well. Radical new perspectives, radical new ideas that are progressive. This isn't going to be really supportive of reactionary ideas at all. So some of the things that we are going to need to kind of watch for here is a lot of restlessness and impulsiveness. That acceleration of this can also kind of go to extremes and cause some instability in and of itself. And we can get a lot of information overload. So as if we haven't had enough of that already, this is going to reinforce a lot of that. So especially when it comes to constant change and things like this, that's likely to continue. So we do need to watch out a little bit on a personal level around burnout from the kind of continual pace of change, and taking some time out to take care of our nervous system, because this Uranus in Gemini is going to be working fundamentally on all of our nervous systems a lot. We may have some insights into how to calm nerves, hopefully through this period of time as well. Additionally, worth watching out for some rebellion for its own sake. So contrarianism can be a bit of an issue here. I think I mentioned that as well with like Saturn and Neptune and Aries can lend itself to that kind of thing. But ultimately what we're dealing with here is a lot of spontaneity, experimentation, and disruption around, again, technologies, communications, networks, systems, things like this. It's likely to feel, especially in the beginning, like there's an almost frantic pace of change, like things are just bursting forth. And in part because Uranus was kind of stuck in the mud when it was in Taurus, and it doesn't behave correctly or well or comfortably when it is in that fixed earth sign of Taurus there. So this is likely to burst forth now, being an immutable air sign, which is not going to hold it in at all. It's no longer restrained. This is also going to work a lot on intellectual and creative energy. So it sparks insight and brilliance. It breaks with those established boundaries. We're also likely to see a lot of really wonderful understanding of humanity and mind and consciousness. This is a very humane human sign of Gemini. It's represented by human beings. And so we are likely to see then insights and awakenings and revelations when it comes to human beings, the human body, the human mind and consciousness. Revelations around panpsychism, or the consciousness that flows through the universe and through objects even. This is likely to be a really huge catalyst for change, which is releasing those latent tensions and constraints that we've been dealing with in recent years. So all of the held back progress and things like that is likely to be bursting forth here. And that can wind up triggering a lot of chain reactions and tipping points as well. And that's where I think we get a lot of that acceleration, where it's one thing after another, that progressing forward. And this will really propel new ideas and systems into being. We're likely to see a lot of disruption in media, probably going to see a lot more liberated or independent media. We're also going to see a lot of jolts toward equality. Definitely something that Uranus and Gemini is hugely supportive of and will push forward. We're also likely to see a lot of brilliance when it comes to transport, logistics, especially against or around barriers. So that's one thing that I don't think that trade barriers are going to work very well during this period of time, because it's going to be too easy to find ways around it, because basically Uranus is going to be providing all of these ideas and all of these insights as to how to get around those boundaries that are put into place. We are likely to see some aviation disruptions. So maybe don't be flying in like first generation planes and things like that is probably pretty wise, because we are going to see some aviation breakthroughs, but also disruptions. Also very likely, though, to have those aviation breakthroughs also represent space travel breakthroughs and things like this. So maybe when it comes to, I've been using the word acceleration a lot. Maybe there are new forms of acceleration, new physical understandings of ways to accelerate that we haven't quite utilized yet, like Star Trek-y kind of stuff, hopefully. Also, when it comes to the forces of change, this is going to be working on that a lot. So very rebellious, very liberatory, very reformist as well. All of those kinds of pushing things forward efforts are likely to be very supported by this Uranus, and again jolted forward. So there's that wind at your back that can sometimes become a gust as well. That is something to keep in mind. A lot of mass, like sudden awakenings and very transformative social breakthroughs as well. The acceleration of thoughts, events, and evolution even. We may have a really much stronger concept of how technologies are accelerating human evolution and possibly even other forms of evolution in other creatures. We are likely to see some extreme or very radical ideas around futurism. So I hate to say, but when it comes to transhumanism, that will also be supported by Uranus and Gemini and Pluto and Aquarius. So both of these here. That is something that we're going to have to really speak up about to the extent that it makes us uncomfortable. I think we would all love to have these wonderful longevity breakthroughs and things like that that are going to represent some part of that. When it comes to the things that we're not super comfortable with, or which we would like to see some slowing of the roll, when it comes to transhumanism, it's going to be really important, I think, to speak up around that. Uranus in Gemini is also going to make our words a lot more powerful as well. So this is also going to provide a lot of fresh perspectives and narratives, as well as, again, shocking information or revelations around ideas, perspectives, stories. When it comes to what's possible, like possibility is very much defined within a narrative framework, which is often what Uranus is going to target wherever it is, and especially when it's in Gemini. Gemini is also a place of a lot of stories, similar to Pisces. And so the stories that we believe about what's possible for humanity are going to be really fundamental to what it is that we're capable of achieving with this Uranus and Gemini here. And Pluto's going to have something to say about all of that as well, about what's possible, what's within our power, and what we're able to evolve into, what we're able to transform, what we're able to transmute or to alchemize in these hopefully better kinds of possibilities, rather than having them constrained and pushed in specific directions in order to empower maybe more limited classes, because we're definitely going to wind up getting some huge tech advances, probably more even than expected. So I would expect more large language model surprises. That is specifically in also when it comes to AI and health, like the human body, consciousness, mind, language. That's where Gemini is. And so when it comes to that, that's the kind of tech breakthrough that I would most expect to be accelerated by this Uranus here. So the large language models, surprises, but also disruptions to that. Like there's going to be shocks and surprises and disruptions within those institutions and within those industries as well, also along those lines. So it's not just all going to be, oh, there's the centralization. No, Uranus and Gemini fundamentally decentralizes. Gemini is the sign of multitudes, and Uranus is that system, that structure, that network, all of the nodes that are all connected together through these systems. And so we will see a decentralization. We will see an opening up of a lot of the models that we wind up running with. But again, it's probably going to take a lot of us speaking up about our insistence upon that as well. And those kinds of efforts to open those things up and to disrupt those specific companies that are utilizing them in order to concentrate control in fewer hands. So additionally, there's a little bit of a disturbing history of this alignment of Uranus in Gemini with nuclear history. We'll probably see pluses and minuses when it comes to that. The trine to Pluto is going to increase the pluses. It's going to increase the minuses as well. Reason for that is that Pluto can militarize. It can cause destruction from what's going on, what it's touching. But it can also generate power and regenerate power. And what is nuclear power but the generation and regeneration of the same source, the same fuel of power, basically. So hopefully we can find those decent loops where we are utilizing and reutilizing the same fuel sources, that renewables, right? I think that this is going to be really helpful for hopefully making that safer as well. A lot of things that we could be doing to make that a lot safer, but it's also going to be super necessary if we're going to allow for these LLMs to do what they're doing and to use what they're using. But also when it comes to weaponization of nuclear, that is also really supported by this. So that is unfortunate. Maybe hopefully we can get a little bit more of a non-proliferation situation going on with Uranus in Gemini and Saturn in Aries and Pluto in Aquarius. Maybe we can put some limitations on some nuclear weapons, but I'm not going to hold my breath, certainly, with the way that things look right now. Encryption should also both advance and break down, and that's going to be also frustrating. So there's going to be a race there. Also, again, open sourcing is going to be pretty big with this. That's going to be very supported, but there is also the fact that this is going to support hacking and the kind of trickster on the network kind of an energy. So we're going to have to really watch out for things that are written by AI to trick us, that are designed for our eyes by AI to trick us. We're going to have to watch out for scams, be they written or audio or visual, all of that. So there's going to be some tricksters on the network for sure, and we're going to have to watch out for that. There's also crime on the network with Pluto in Aquarius. So this is something we're all going to have to become much, much more cognizant of, and we're going to have to smarten up about what that all winds up looking like and how to protect ourselves from those things. Also in education. So when it comes to all of the remote education and things like that, there's likely to be more and more experiments along those lines. So this is also going to wind up destabilizing some alliances, some groups, and this is likely to be very sharp and distinctive when it comes to post-war institutions, so post-World War I institutions. NATO, UN, the IMF, due to the fact that this is a Uranus return for the United States, for NATO, for the UN, for the IMF, as well as all of the nations that were born or reborn, so to speak, during the 1940s. So I do think that there's going to be moments with Gemini here. Gemini tends to split things either into multitudes or at least into two. So there's that splitting energy that comes through. And we may find ourselves with that Uranus there, shocking that system, pointing those sides out. We may find that we're having to take sides and to find a sovereign way forward globally. And this is likely to bring together divergent ideas, divergent disciplines to try to sort out these new solutions and new structures that we're going to be working with. And there's likely to be a lot of really radical community building. So new ways of structuring our communities locally and globally. We will probably see some movement around like smart cities, for better or worse, but also grid issues, energy breakthroughs, the reorganization of communities, the kind of unique forms and affinity groups that may underpin some communities that wind up coming together. So we may see some alternative living styles and things like that, where people are coming together in these kind of intentional communities that are based on affinity or based on similar ideas and worldviews and things like that. And we are also then likely to see with Uranus in the sign of the twins, some of what we would perceive archetypally as familial disruption. This is kind of a bit of an issue where, for instance, think about what happened to Germany last time that we had Uranus in Gemini. It split in multitudes, and then it came down to two, and it stayed that way for a while. We also had the United States wind up splitting into two, so to speak, during the Civil War. And we also had the Crown Empire basically wind up splitting into two, at least, of that quote unquote family during the third time ago that we had Uranus in Gemini in the 18th century. So we can see how there's this splitting that can take place and disruptions within what are considered kind of families, or as a quote unquote family, a nation state as well, and those alliances that wind up breaking down. So we'll see that kind of in different ways like that. I pray that we don't see any civil wars, but that I can't overlook the fact that that is a possibility there. I also pray that we don't see drafts, but we have seen that a few times in a row now as well. I don't know if that would be a draft in the US, but hopefully we don't see that anywhere, really. But in terms of outcomes, I mean, this is just a huge rebirth period of time, a lot of new beginnings, a lot of divergent new ideas, new solutions, new frameworks, new narratives, new concepts that we're working with here. And hopefully the ability to bridge between those things as well. Gemini isn't just the two lines, right? It's also the bridges, multitudes even, of ways to exchange between those different divergent things. So hopefully we can find ways to be able to be ourselves, to be authentic, to kind of follow our own paths and things like this, but also to connect a little bit better as well with this alignment here. And yeah, we're likely to see a huge amount of just cultural, technological revolutions here and quantum leaps that wind up redefining the future and what's possible in the future for us. So with that said, let's finally now talk about our final big ingress this year, which is going to be Jupiter as it's moving into Leo. Now, in the first half of the year, it will be in Cancer, which we've seen. We've seen this the whole time. This Jupiter's been hanging out here, and it's been doing in the first half of 2026 a lot of what it was doing in the second half of 2025, Jupiter in Cancer. It is exalted there, and it is focused very strongly on connection, on family, on a sense of belonging, on a sense of being able to indulge and feel comfortable and feel secure. We have seen it play out in a lot of quote unquote patriotism, which has become also very nativist, which is one of the rougher aspects of how sometimes Jupiter can go way overboard. But we've also seen it play out in how much rallying around making sure that people are fed, that we've also seen. So the reaction against and the insistence upon the fact that people have to be fed becoming such a huge thing, be it in Palestine or be it in the US with the SNAP benefits or Sudan or anywhere else. There's this focus that has been had on meeting people's basic needs and the fact that we need to come together as a human family to provide for those needs for people. There has also been the kind of in-grouping and out-grouping, which is another difficult aspect of Jupiter in Cancer as well. But there's also been a lot of focus on how do we secure and keep safe the people within our communities too. And so there's been a lot of community action that Jupiter has been very encouraging of, and especially when it comes to compassionate or caring community action to keep people safe, to build those like human barricades around people who are being targeted and so forth. So we've seen that play out a lot. It's also been helping us to heal a lot emotionally. It's probably been bringing our attention to memory, especially memory around family or loved ones. It has been encouraging some indulgence. So if people have been indulging in order to kind of cope with a lot of the stressors that's been going on in the world, that's probably been part of the reason as well. It's also been really increasing subjectivity, but also a lot of sensitivity as well. So again, it does cut in both directions when it's in any sign, really. And in Cancer, it's that extremes of protection versus the care of protection. As it's moving into Leo, now it's going to be speaking about courage and creativity. And it's going to be encouraging a lot of joy and play and even leisure. And so we're likely to see a lot of activity, a lot of people kind of getting out there in the world and being seen and connecting with people and wanting to meet up and do things and go places. And so this is likely to underpin a lot of activism, a lot of people kind of getting out there in the world together to address certain things and to kind of take up the mantle. There will be some leaders forged in the fire of the alignments that we're about to speak about just next, right after Jupiter enters Leo. And some of them are going to be really wonderful as well, some of the leaders that are created during this period of time. But a lot of us are going to feel like the onus is upon me to also take up this mantle and to take this place and to speak my mind. And so on a collective and a personal level, this does speak to this kind of charisma and almost like a glow up kind of an energy of getting attention and being bold and being adventurous, being go-getting, being like really optimistic and vibrant. Again, on a personal level, but also together and connecting with each other. Self-expression is going to be really supported by this, as is enthusiasm, the development of self-confidence. So where we have felt like we've lost our voice in recent years, this is going to be bringing that back. This is also going to encourage, sometimes to a fault, that's something we're going to have to keep in mind, is that the excesses of Jupiter, not only are they very much a thing, and of course we've seen that, like I said, with the nativism and the in-grouping and out-grouping, the otherization of certain people and so forth, in Cancer that we've seen, we're likely to see in some cases this Jupiter in Leo go overboard as well, with hyper-individualism, like we saw with the Saturn and Neptune in Aries. That's also going to feed into that kind of a thing. Not to mention the fact that not only do we have Jupiter overemphasizing to an extent this Leo area, but as the South Node moves into this area as well, which is going to happen again in August, so right on the heels of this, and then throughout the rest of the Jupiter and Leo transit, which is going to be for a year, that South Node there is also going to be pointing out the faults or the shadow aspects of Leo as well, and discouraging us through consequence from going too hard in that direction. So we will see some of that, a lot of that really. And some of that's going to look like high drama and a lot of spectacle too. So there will be grandstanding and overdeveloped egos and arrogance and kind of self-centeredness, narcissism, this kind of need for attention among particularly leaders as well. And we may see some of this come out in literal, like solar figures, leadership figures, or celebrities. So that's where it's taken to extremes. And we may even see, for a little blip here with Jupiter in Leo, some celebrity culture making a bit of a comeback. I know that's been waning recently, and I do think that it's going to be something of a permanent wane, or at least for a while, but perhaps not from the summer of 26 to the summer of 27, where this is likely to be underpinning some of that, and possibly even in order to create the attention and the circumstances to allow some of that celebrity culture to become so toxic as to put that on display in that South Node in Leo kind of a way to undermine that ultimately by pointing out the big shadow side of what goes on with all of that. But maybe this is also going to be something of maybe a minor, at least, golden age for film or music or theater, arts, media, things like that. Hopefully we see some of that on an independent level. And that may be something that's kind of cool that we do get out of this, is that the arts and creativity can be very well supported. But that Jupiter that's in Leo, which is the arts, and especially theatric arts and things like this, it's getting supported or reinforced by these really independent placements as well. So Uranus and Gemini, like I said, that's going to be encouraging indie media. And then Neptune in Aries is going to be encouraging a lot of the culture around individuals or individuality, and not just like Hollywood kind of stuff. You know, so this is going to be a little bit more of like independent creators and things like that. And then Pluto is going to be kind of crowdsourced as well. And it's going to be much more focused on whether or not things make sense, or whether or not things are in touch with the culture, in touch with the collective. Does it speak to the collective? But this can also be, like on the plus side, it's going to encourage some warm-heartedness as well, like taking others under your wing, being very affirming of other people. And that is something that Jupiter in Leo is going to reward quite a bit. So that is actually something I would really recommend cultivating under this Jupiter in Cancer energy, which can also feed into those things. These are very warm and personalized signs that can be super supportive of those around it, of those around Cancer and Leo. And it can make things really feel like they belong and like they're really well supported. And if we can do that to those around us, then that's going to be, I think, again, very well supported and perhaps even very well rewarded by Jupiter in these coming years here. But again, this will be a weird time for leadership. Let me put it that way. There's going to be a lot of traps set, I think, by the fact that we have Jupiter and the South Node in Leo coming together in this coming year. And I'm going to speak to that conjunction quite explicitly here shortly. That's going to go exact in November of 2026. But that's going to speak to, like, there's a huge allowance of the shadow side, Leo, in terms of basically giving people enough leeway to kind of screw themselves over with hubris, I think. So when it comes to, again, the overdeveloped ego, the arrogance, the self-centeredness, the narcissism, the need for attention, carrying a lot of appearance rather than substance, when it comes to these kind of all or nothing attitudes or a need to win, when it comes to people who are very envious or competitive for attention, and when it comes to people who are mindlessly buying into hype and buying into, oh, this is hot right now, so I'm into it or whatever, there's likely to be a lot of consequences. That's what the nodal axis winds up bringing. There's going to be a lot of consequences of all of that. And the trines that are going to develop in this year as well, which I'm also going to speak to here shortly, between Jupiter and Leo and Saturn in Aries, that's also going to rein that in, because Jupiter and Leo can go very overboard, especially for those that are inclined to go overboard anyway. But as it is in a trine to Saturn in Aries, Saturn's going to be checking it, and it's going to be saying, hey, again, don't get too big for your britches, because I have some consequences for you. And also, you're about to hit the South Node, so watch out for that too, you know? So I think we will see, and I hate to put it this way, but some amusing crash outs from people who are really, really arrogant and who perhaps for some years at this point have been pushing culture in a really negative direction, in a very selfish kind of direction, you know? Also, I don't love this for gambling, the stakes, the risk taking. I think that some people are going to have to learn the hard way about losses and things like that, and following the rush of competition and the ego attachments, the vanity. Extreme adventurism can go into the dopamine rush, basically, of gambling. I think that a lot of people are unfortunately going to learn a lot of lessons around that. So finally, we get to the crescendo, the high point, the culmination point of 2026, and really of this millennium so far. No joke. This is an alignment, this basket alignment, which is taking place in mid to late July between all of the outer planets. Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and then also Jupiter is completely unheard of. We have all of the outer planets ingressing into new signs very shortly on each other's heels, and then lining up perfectly at these specific kinds of degrees, these early degrees of these new signs, and creating this perfectly symmetrical alignment between them. And then no less to have then Jupiter also in the mix and reinforcing all of this. So this looks stunningly beautiful to me. This alignment gives me a lot of hope, and it speaks to me about the fact that we have a few different chaos agents seeming to be trying to grab hold of and, again, kind of concentrate power in this weird authoritarian way in different countries and globally. And this class, this kind of very, very wealthy class that's also trying to concentrate power in their own hands, even outside of nation states and things like this. And so this seems to me like it has come together at a time to push people to such a brink that that's going to have to come apart. And there will be the dividing up and collectivization of a lot of the power that is trying to be concentrated throughout this period of time. So it does look to me like a huge flashpoint, but this also looks to me like we've gotten set up with the outer planets so supportive of humanity and of freedom and of liberation and of rights and things like this. And then we also have Jupiter lighting a fire under us of we're all supposed to take our place in this moment to make our mark together as well. You know, with Pluto and Aquarius speaking to collectivization of power structures and things like this. So this looks to me like a moment where humanity is really being called up, and we can either heed that call or potentially we could fail it. We could not come together. We could continue to fight amongst each other while things continue to be concentrated. I do think this is a really huge testing moment for humanity, but it also looks to me like a major divine calling. And so I will say, if you have placements in your chart in any sign that's at 4 degrees, it's going to be getting aligned by all of these planets all at once in this July timeframe. So I would really recommend looking into that. And I've been mentioning in the personal horoscopes as well for 2026. You can find that at astro.com. You can find that at astroseek.com if you wind up casting your chart. I can also look into that for you if you are interested. Information in the description box below about personal readings to look at how this may be impacting you personally if you do have those kinds of placements. But what this looks like to me, again, is a divine calling for leadership, for people to step into the positions of impact that we're supposed to have individually to feed into this collective moment. And this moment is going to set into motion a new major epochal paradigm. So a paradigm that's going to be with us for decades to come. What is the narrative? What do we believe about power? Who should have power? Who should have money? Who should be taken care of? What is worth rewarding? All of these massive social questions are going to be answered largely in 2026, and we're going to be kind of locked in at that point. So we need to basically man our stations in this moment, find our stations, and then be in them and hold up our part of this together. And there's going to be a lot of optimism and a lot of cultural renewal in this moment as well. This is very supportive of youth, and youth are going to step up into this moment in a really powerful way as well. Aquarius and Aries and Gemini, these signs all speak to youth. And so all of the outer planets are really reinforcing the impact that young people are able to have upon the future during this period of time. We may literally see some revolutions, some social upheaval. We may see some massive reforms take place or the transformation of certain governance systems throughout this period of time, especially if they are outdated, they don't make sense anymore. Their time is basically coming in this moment to shift and change, or to have to be scrapped and reformed, basically. There's going to be a lot here about individuals versus collectives, and individuals as in like kind of ruling class individuals. So those in power, like the billionaire class, I'm sure is going to be a major actor here, and something that is being spoken to and resisted during this period of time. But I'm sure that they will also be trying to kind of clamp down in order to protect their individual privileges and things like that. It's going to be a really powerful moment. There's going to be a lot of issues as well around ego and control and power. That is one thing that I would watch out for in any causes or groups or organizations or things like that, is people who are being really self-serving and people who are creating drama and conflict within your circles, because that's going to disrupt those movements then and those causes and those organizations. That needs to be quelled, and there can't really be any room for that in collective movements in this moment, because it's such a critical moment. There is a conflict here. There are power struggles here. Let's not have that be infighting among a bunch of regular people who are all working toward common goals, right? So again, this looks to me like a moment of calling leaders, healers into their roles. It's extremely potent with a lot of potential to create revolutions across the board, including revolutions of consciousness as well. And it's going to be speaking to matters of ideology, governance, of corporations, banking, technological questions, economic questions, financial questions, international kinds of questions like global geopolitical questions as well, and alliances, breakdown and reformation of those, as well as big cultural questions about what do we value culturally, especially when it comes to human beings. Are there certain human beings that somehow culturally we are excusing exploiting, or is that unacceptable at this point in human evolution? I think you can tell what my answer to that would be. But also major pushes against concentrated and stagnant power, right? So the status quo won't survive this moment. So there's every possibility and potential basically on the table here. The spurring on of all of these signs. These are all fire and air signs. They're all pretty progressive signs. They are all going to be pretty combustive and to thrust us forward, socially speaking. And these planets as well also all really encourage breaking boundaries, breaking restrictions, creating growth, creating transcendence of restrictions. And that's going to be too much for us to remain in the same spot here. Now, does this turn into like a transhuman, like huge problem? Potentially. And again, that's why I'm really encouraging people like find your station and play your part in this, because it's going to be important that a lot of people take part in the collective efforts in the coming year in order to, empower those movements as much as possible. What's interesting as well is that we do have Pluto and Jupiter are very well supported by Uranus and Neptune, but they are in opposition to each other. And we're going to talk about what that means. That's going to be super loud in this moment. But we only have the extraordinarily transcendent Uranus and Neptune unchallenged in this. They are only supported. And so this is fundamentally a moment of transcendence around narratives, around ideas, ideologies, and what's possible for humanity as we move forward. So let's go ahead. What I'm going to do, we're going to stick on this topic for a little while longer here. It's probably going to take us a moment to get through all of this, but I want to delineate every single one of these aspects. So we will start with Jupiter trine to Neptune. So Jupiter in Leo trine to Neptune in Aries. There's a huge glorification and mystique created here around confidence, around militaries, around police, and other people who take up a lot of space. So there's a bit of a risk. This is where the ego stuff comes in. There's a bit of a risk here around overhyping hero archetypes. We should not be personalizing. We should not be creating cult of personality around individuals. This is about collectivities. So the stories that resonate will be stories of daring, of gusto, of charisma, of like taking what's yours, of winning, of making your mark, individualism, individual effort or reward. Try to keep that as I am proud of my contribution to the collective here, and I don't need to have that praised by other people, but I'm able to see it myself, and I'm able to take a lot of pride in my contribution to the collective here. Some of this story around heroism is going to be true. Some of it, a lot of it's going to be fantasy. Let's allow for history to decide on that rather than getting caught up in that in the moment. Because there's a lot of grandiosity in this. There's a lot of epics, a lot of dramatic acts. Some of it's going to be super cool. Some of this is going to be unbelievable courage that goes beyond any sort of rationality that some people are going to be showing here. And this is also going to be super supportive of, again, renewing culture, renewing the mind, renewing the heart, renewing the spirit and belief and faith in humanity and things like this. So we're going to see some really cool stuff from people here. But again, we can't let that then become, let's create a cult of personality around this person, trying not to take our eye off of like the goal. It is also, though, not super practical, this trine here. So there can be, like I said, some like not getting into the cults of personality. There's disillusionment there if we do wind up getting wrapped up in that. So that's something to keep in mind. Also with this, patriotism is going to be a hell of a drug over the next year, all over the place. So trying not to get overly wrapped up in the national underpinnings of any sort of movements or things like that. As global or international or inclusive as we can be with each other, I think the better that we'll be and the more protected that we'll be around any issues of building up individuals too much as well. There is a lot of self-aggrandizement here. Delusions of grandeur can be in the extreme, and we'll see that among leaders. And that is going to be interesting because that opens the door for all sorts of false from grace and things like that. So if we're sickened by some of the delusions of grandeur that are put on full display, that may even have a huge spectacle created around them, try your best to laugh at it and to not take it seriously, because again, the South Node is going to be disrupting a lot of this. And so one of the risks here is this: when it comes to belief, Jupiter and Neptune both speak to belief. These are very individual signs. So there's a risk here of things in the world, they mean and they represent what I want for them to mean and what I want for them to represent, and losing the truth in a lot of that. That's a major risk here. So glorifying individual experience and this notion of what's true is what makes me feel good about myself, kinds of delusions and things like that. So main character syndrome is going to be a risk here for sure, as well as saviorism. So try not to fall into those traps there, regardless of what side that's on. That's going to be a downfall for every single different side. So the less that we can feed into that, I think the better that the ideas that we support will do ultimately through this, because this is a collectivist moment. It's not just an individual moment. This does really support, though, on a personal level, on a collective level, on a global level, passion, vibrancy, daring, courage. It's going to be strong across the board, including among youth. So this kind of cultural revival from malaise. We've been in years of malaise. We all know that when it comes to culture. So I think that can be very, very welcome. Like I said, this may be a golden era when it comes to some creative efforts and things like that, the arts basically. But also this is really encouraging the courage to go one's own way, to break the mold, to seek adventure and meaning. So we can take on a personal level. That's where it's very safe to, when we are just dealing with our own life stuff, build yourself up. That's fine. Just make sure you're not building yourself up above the considerations of collectives and things like that. And try not to pull other people on side of getting people to do your bidding or whatever, things like that, But taking inspired action to serve something bigger than oneself, I think that's, again, something that we can take some quiet and wonderful pride in. The enthusiasm in this moment is likely to be very contagious, so we can also wind up collectively inspiring each other with our own vision. And there's an intense idealism and potentially even some over-optimism here. So again, going to be a little bit of disillusionment, but I will keep saying this is going to be an aim for the stars. Maybe we'll land at the moon kind of a year. So let's not hold back the vision just because some of it isn't the most realistic. So let's then look at this sextile between Jupiter and Uranus here. These are going to be on a sign-based aspect level. They'll be more or less relevant throughout the whole year, but they will be extra concentrated around this July timeframe. So the Jupiter sextile to Uranus is going to create a lot of excitement and youthfulness and humor. It's going to be super fun. A lot of enthusiasm here as well for novelty and variety between these two. A lot of social expansion, so opening the door for new social connections and things like that. This is very supportive of self-expression, very expressive people, very vocal people, very authentic messaging and things like that as well. There's a huge excitement for learning and for teaching, for sharing our ideas, and for hopefully as well taking in the ideas of other people. This is also really wonderful for collaboration. So keep your mind, if you can, on contribution. What is your contribution? The mark that you're making should be a contribution to the marks that everyone's making on this moment. This is also going to support a lot new styles, new fascinations, and new trends, as well as very new and very dynamic ideologies and philosophies. This may be just the thing that we need going on broadly in the sky as well, like all of this feeding into each other, to look at the fault lines of all of our philosophy, to look at where things fall apart. And where is that? Corrupted leadership, almost always. No matter what we believe, if we wind up with corrupted leadership, we wind up with a system that doesn't really work. And so hopefully that Jupiter in Leo and then the South Node meeting up with it can kind of point that out, make that clear. Now, some of that is going to be pointed out and made clear through the faltering of leaders like that. And we're going to have to reckon with that. Where it is that we wind up, unfortunately, falling for some charisma and things like that, I think that all of this is a big catalyst forward. So it should be helpful. Even when we falter with that, if we can learn quickly and pivot away from crap leadership, or self-serving people that would seek to make a collective effort about them, I think the best, that's going to be really good. And hopefully then we can create some notions of ideology or philosophy that is not rewarding of those kinds of things. This is also very supportive of innovation, very rapid acceleration, expansion, and breakthroughs. Something about these two is that they both are very novel in their belief systems and their way of thinking. So Jupiter always wants to move beyond what is currently being conceived of. It wants to grow. It wants to allow for things to expand. It wants to expand its own horizons. But Uranus will expand its own horizons, find where there is a barrier, and it will shatter that wall, and it will break free even of the things, boundaries that Jupiter would say, okay, that's too far. I won't go beyond that. Uranus will, so it is going to bring in a huge amount of beneficial, really wonderful insights and things like that. So being really open, also on a personal level, to sudden insights about your own belief systems and your ideas. Write things down. Maybe you even want to publish some of your ideas. Who knows where some of these really wonderful new ideologies are going to be sourcing the ideas that build them up, right? This is also very supportive of optimism about the developments that are taking place and supportive of the hope that things are getting better as well. So there's some really major bright spots with these two in this supportive relationship to each other. Now, let's go ahead and talk about this big one, opposition. This is the hard aspect that is playing into this basket alignment. And this is explosive. And this is where we're going to see a lot of that catalyst moment, that unavoidability of this moment in history as a major epoch-shaping shift. So this brings up huge conflicts of egos and wills. This is where we're going to have blowouts, challenges, competition, issues of charisma versus control, power struggles will take place during this. We could see some tyranny or ruthless power plays. Probably not going to work ultimately, but we may see them tried, attempted. Bringing light as well to shadows. So trying to shed some light, trying to create some benefit or some silver linings from the stuff that's been going on in the shadows, from learning from it with Jupiter. So taking the lessons with Jupiter from the shadow, from the underbelly that Pluto can represent, especially among the kind of oligarchs, the tech oligarchs and tech power and things like that are represented by that Pluto in Aquarius sometimes too. But also then questions around tests of will. So this could become kind of exhausting for some. And for some of us, we're going to need to pace ourselves, especially if you have a lot of water and earth in your chart. Take your time, pace yourself through a lot of this. For those of you who have a lot of air and fire in your chart, this is going to be lighting you up. This is going to be so exciting, and it's going to feel so different from so many years of a way overabundance of water and earth energy that we've been dealing with in recent years. So this is that kind of breakthrough moment that you've probably been waiting for, right? So this is also, this opposition, going to be bringing up a lot of challenges for governance, for banks, for institutions, and especially institutions of extreme or sometimes covert power. So intelligence agencies and all of those like shadow banks and things like that, like just those institutions that we barely know anything about. Maybe even private equity, which tends to lurk in the shadows because those aren't public companies, or things like BlackRock, where they're just so huge and we don't know what all of their possessions are, what all of their assets and properties are, and so forth. Like those level of institutions. Powerful people are likely to encounter many people working behind their backs. There's likely to be a huge amount of palace intrigue here. Secrets outed, blackmail could take a lot of people down as well. This opposition also a major part of this call to action. So calling on individuals, again, to make their mark on the development of society, especially regarding the purpose of society. how this moment of renewal and regeneration of society is going to play out and what it's going to prioritize, how power is going to be utilized, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable when it comes to the utilization of power and the concentration of power and things like this. This is also going to encourage a huge amount of courage in the face of abuse of power. So collective efforts against those narrow classes that tend to exploit. Also going to encourage a huge amount of revolutionary fervor and collectives confronting extremes of inequality, confronting leadership, confronting cults of personality, especially out of touch leadership or out of touch personalities. This is also going to support a lot building collectivist efforts, mutual aid, perhaps also alternative leadership or parallel structures for societies that are experimented with. That'll also be supported by Uranus in Gemini there. And this in and of itself is going to encourage a lot of individuals with gifts to be spurred into action or into a wider audience to have more influence, to have a positive influence. So this can be spiritual, creative, imaginative, or charismatic, or oratory kinds of gifts and things like that, where you're able to either develop or express ideas in ways that are really unique and a great influence. This is also going to be super supportive of people with talents and special skills, wonderful ideas as well, because this is a moment of a new guard getting called up. Also, this calls for managing our own shadows, managing our own egos collectively, but also very much personally. So this is going to spur us to have the courage to be really deeply honest with ourselves about our own ego. And this is going to encourage, again, ego death. So hopefully this is not going to be encouraging certain people to like reclaim or regenerate the ego or claim that like ego is strength. Some people are going to be encouraged to do that with this kind of an influence, to like show up in this kind of hubristic way, right? But again, those who do will really struggle here because these things are going to become more obvious for what they are, and they're going to be missing the moment and what the moment is calling for. And they're likely to have this behavior and anything that they're trying to do to avoid dealing with their own ego and refusing to address their own shadow. It's very likely that that's going to wind up blowing back on people in very public ways here. Now, historically as well, there do tend to be some financial extremes when we're dealing with hard aspects between Jupiter and Pluto. So I wouldn't be surprised if we both see a new extreme of wealth and a new extreme of effort against that concentration of wealth. So we may see an unprecedented rise and a crash out of those concentrated finances and things like that. Highs and lows can take place, can play out here. So let's move on from Jupiter and now talk about this Uranus sextile to Neptune here. We'll talk about this one. And these, now that I'm speaking to, this is going to be playing out through 2026 as well as 2027 very strongly. And really, this is going to continue on almost until like 2030, basically, in terms of this alignment here, separating and coming together and separating and coming together. So it's going to be an ongoing process with what I'm about to speak to here. So with Uranus sextile to Neptune, this is really outside the box. This is transcendence, especially transcendence around ideology and narrative ideas, belief, and culture. And this is really intensely idealistic, and perhaps to spite those who would seek to undermine our optimism, or would seek to destroy our joy, or would seek to dash our hopes, and things like this. So when it comes to nihilists in society, be they in power or be they like in our midst, I think that there's going to be a lot of holding up our faith and our hope and our optimism for the future and our belief in our ability to transcend our social limitations. It's going to be very well supported for us to hold fast to that. And I think a lot of people are going to do that, even in spite of those people that would seek to diminish that. So rapid spread of ideas as well, stories, messaging, narratives, spreading like wildfire and things like that. So alternative ideas and attitudes, countercultures, avant-garde, things like this. Novelty in culture, novelty in belief, basically across the board is going to be very well supported. And yet there's still this kind of excitement about collaboration and connectivity and how we can imagine a better future. There's also a spiritual and cultural kind of frontier that's available with these alignments here that a lot of people are going to be tapping into as well, and exploring those kinds of new frontiers in terms of maybe consciousness, countercultures, again, new ways of relating to people and things like this. So experimentation across the board. Also, this is going to be blurring those conventional boundaries and the rigid constructs that have kept us a bit caught up and a bit stuck. So lots of optimism here about the future and about change. Again, this one is also going to lend itself to a bit of over-optimism, even some instability that's not, like, these two are not seeking to stabilize things. They're going to have to be stabilized by these other placements, but there is that huge optimism there as well. So let's now talk about this trine from Uranus in Gemini out to Pluto in Aquarius and what this is supposed to kind of play out as. So this is going to be driving up for years to come, really revolutionary transformation of society and networks. On the one hand, yes, some people are going to try to create greater control over society and networks, but this is also much, much more likely to wind up assisting in the subversion of that control. So it's going to be a cat and mouse game for sure. Similar with encryption. That's the term that I was actually looking for, is like a cat and mouse game that's going to be playing out on both of those fronts. So these are also going to be speaking to matters of transgressions, crimes, underworlds, outsiders, multitudes. So the outsiders of society, those that aren't in on the in group. And what's funny is that we can see the in group getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so these boundaries between what's acceptable, what's not, what's criminalized, and what's not, that's likely to get kind of weird. So something to kind of keep our eyes open for. Hopefully it's not like, oh, certain ideas are banned or are illegal or something like that, but we may see certain things like that. There's also the force of extremely inevitable change here that's likely to be just all throughout the ether and really animating people to seek to disrupt the current solutions and to introduce new ideas about how we do things better. So it's going to be very important to have some new ideas because I think that this alignment is going to try to act first and think later. This is extraordinarily supportive of progress, advancement, innovation, forging ahead into, for better or for worse, again, it's up to us, a kind of like new world as well. This is also likely to create disruptions in how we connect and exchange information as well. Now, finally, the last alignment here, the sextile between Neptune and Pluto. This has been ongoing across so many different signs, and it started when we had Pluto in Leo and we had Neptune in Libra. So it started out on this other side here. Those have come all the way to the other side of the zodiac now. And this is a century-long pattern that happens every 5 centuries. So these two have a 500-year cycle with each other. It takes 500 years for Neptune to come all the way around and conjoin Pluto again. And what happens is that for about a century of those 500 years, Neptune is out at this sextile point to Pluto, and Pluto from Leo to Aquarius, this is when it winds up out here. It swoops inside of Neptune's orbit, and it winds up going way faster than usual. And so what it does is it holds that sextile for basically the whole time. So if you will notice in your own natal chart, you have this. We all basically have this. There was like a short period of time, I think, in the 90s where it got kind of wide. But notice that it's still, even when that orb is wide, that's the closest aspect in your chart between those two, is that kind of century-long pattern wherein a very broad-based imperial culture consolidates power through the use of innovation, advancement of society and culture, and propaganda. This is what is now wearing off. We're utilizing the advancement that we've been able to create, as well as the global connection and connectivity that we've been able to create we're kicking off into a new world. This is utilizing what we've all built together in order to push us forward, to take all that we have built together and to claim it for all of us together, and not just for the few who have most benefited from that concentration. That is that basket alignment. It's a really critical moment in July of this year. We're going to see knock-on effects for decades and decades and decades to come. This is likely a completely history pivoting point in human development. And how wonderful and how fortunate are we to be here for that, to be able to witness it, to be able to participate in it, to be able to contribute to it. And so I hope that to the extent that we can respect that moment and really try and bring our best into it. So just as we're wrapping up that basket pattern to Jupiter, we find ourselves right in our next eclipse season. And this one's going to start with a Leo solar eclipse, and we can see that here. So this is going to take place at 20 degrees of Leo, and this is going to be an eclipse on the south node side of the equation here. And so that speaks to matters that we're trying to get started, that we're trying to spark, and yet that requires some matter of release. There's something that has likely been overdone or that someone is trying to overdo here. And so we're likely to see a lot of themes of kind of coming into our own personalities and identities, and yet having to do so through stripping away what's no longer true. So there's some connection that is weighing us down from the past. There may be some things that we've done. There may be some ways that we've treated people that winds up coming up again during this period of time. It's not the most graceful of eclipses, I think, on a global level. There's a lot here about kind of flailing about or trying to grasp onto power, trying to hold on to what was, again, those trappings from the past when it comes to the identity, when it comes to how one has been able to control things previous. And so there's much here about tenacity and courage that's going to be required, but there's also a lot here about a fall from grace or tyranny exposed. So on that global level, this is going to be fundamentally about some forms of leadership really grasping to power. There can be some palace intrigue or scandal that could be an issue here, and I would really not be surprised to see a leader specifically fall or falter during this period of time. And pride is going to be a major issue when it comes to leadership. So this may involve identity problems, nationalism, etc. But ultimately, it's just going to be a period of time where we do see a huge amount of arrogance, hubris, etc. We've seen some of that already through the year, but this is going to be one of those pinnacle high points of really being confronted with that kind of energy, and also the ways in which we can exacerbate a fall from grace, the ways in which when people don't fall for that kind of thing, it becomes really grotesque and like really needing to kind of confront that. Now, on a different level, on a collective level, on a personal level, what we have here is a fascinating castle pattern. So notice how we have a similar pattern as we did with Jupiter, where Mercury now is at 5 degrees. It's opposite to Pluto. We're still connected in with Neptune in the same way, with Uranus in the same way from these points. But we can also then add to that, aspecting every part of this equation is also Venus. And when we get this kind of a pattern where we have a grand trine, and then these two minor grand trines, and then two oppositions, one of the words that we use for this is going to be a castle pattern. These are lovely. These kind of amp up the basket pattern in and of itself. It adds another dimension to it so that it's not just one side of the wheel that's getting highlighted. It's pulling it out into this other side of the wheel. This also adds the element that air is now stronger than fire in this equation here. We have a lot of air placements. So with Mercury and Venus joining this equation between the outer planets here, we can expect a lot of positive social developments on a personal level, on that collective level, around social organizations, around relationships. Those should be shifting without a doubt for the better. We should be getting our minds around the different dynamics in our relationships, what it is that we're really wanting. We should be able to see what the ideal is quite clearly. Now, that doesn't mean that we have that available to us right now, especially the opposition between Venus and Neptune can point to an ideal that isn't really there, but it's visioned. Venus is even trying to keep its footing here. It's trying not to go to extremes when it comes to these kind of pie in the sky, idyllic visions and things like this. But there's so much here about being able to see how we can functionally push things forward in our personal relationships and socially speaking, like societally speaking. So there's going to be a lot of discourse here as well around taking action. There's this kind of enthusiasm about communication here. A lot of really big picture ideals and concepts going around regarding valor and courage and integrity. There may even be probably a pretty young leader that's also taking shape around this period of time, probably making a very good impression on the global stage. But I just absolutely love this on a personal level because it's so highly supportive of independence and individuality, developing confidence, creativity. So as long as we're not going totally crazy and losing our heads with hubris throughout this period of time, which I don't think is going to be very likely for most people who kind of know how to keep themselves in check and aren't drunk on power, right? I think that this is going to be a really wonderful creative time. It's also going to be great for organizing things, for organizing people or tasks or projects and staying excited about that. Even the T-square that we see here between Venus and Neptune in opposition to each other, and then both of them in a square to Mars. For one thing, Venus is moving on from that whole equation, but it's also giving us the ability to stand up for ourselves, to stand up for those we care about, to really create that space for ourselves, to take the action that we're wanting to take, that we're actually inspired to take. So when it comes to that strong ideal, that vision that we have in terms of what it is that we want, we also have the ability with that Mars in Cancer to recognize what doesn't fit the bill and to create a boundary around that too. So I like this whole setup here for personal development, for self-improvement, for self-love, for developing charisma, for developing a sense of self-belief and self-esteem. So on a personal level, when it comes to our long-term plans, our social resources, those kinds of shifts and changes throughout this period of time that we're working with and that we're developing should be really favorable. I would also really recommend connecting to people who are animated and spirited very similarly. So like-minded, but also like-spirited. So not just, okay, this person believes the same things about the world as I do, but they're also positively minded. They also can see the hope, even if things look a little bit wonky, even if things are looking a bit hot in the streets and things like that during this period of time. They're not letting it get to them such that they're being a drag on other people around them and things like this. So it's a really wonderful time to go beyond just that like-mindedness aspect that I think a lot of us have been looking for recently, to really take time to consider what's truly important to you and not simply what you identify with. So again, that like-spiritedness or feeling like you are able to have a positive and productive connection with someone, feeling like when you do connect with someone that you feel good about yourself, that you feel hopeful, that you feel excited about things. That's what's really going to be favored in terms of connections under this influence. I absolutely love this one. We do have this T-square here, but in terms of like kicking something off around this period of time, it's overwhelmingly quite nice of alignments that we're working with here. So at the very least, not a bad season to start something, to initiate something, if you think that you can keep up with it. That's one thing I will say. If this has you beyond exhausted, the projects you start around that period of time may kind of reinforce that. So that is something, it's going to be very energetic projects that wind up being born during that time. That takes us then into the lunar eclipse, which is going to follow that up, which is going to be on August 28th. And this one's going to be at 4 degrees and 54 minutes of Pisces. And that degree speaks a lot around the kind of tangible reward of building and supporting community ties. So there's a lot here about what is it that we're building together, what's real about it and what's not real about it. There's a lot of illusions that we've carried in recent years, which we've discussed at length already in this video, but recognizing that all of those false rules, those false restrictions, those false containments, those false narratives and beliefs, which have been keeping us stuck on a personal level, on a collective level, things like this, simply recognizing that those are false does give you a lot of wiggle room. But what is it that we're wanting to build instead of that? What does the ideal look like here? So what stands out so strongly with this eclipse is that it's going to be at a T-square. Again, we have an opposition between the sun and the moon because it's the full moon, but we have both of them in squares to Uranus in Gemini. So this is a very mutable eclipse. It's in these mutable signs of Gemini, Virgo, and Pisces. And so this is a period of time where there's a lot of shifting ground. So it may be a bit difficult to anchor in, but we are supposed to be imagining in this degree, what is it that we're wanting to build and how is it that we're able to step out of or free ourselves from, which is going to be reinforced by that T-square to Uranus, saying how can we free ourselves from old stories and outdated laws and rules and regulations. And I don't just mean on a governmental level, I even mean those around what's possible. So what kind of keeps us stuck. So we had that big fire lit under us by that Leo solar eclipse. And then this one is coming in and it is asking us some of the questions around residues. What is the residue of the past decade plus? Let's definitely be honest with ourselves about anything we still need to release, anything we still need to shift out of in order to fully embrace the liberation that is being offered to us by Uranus and Gemini. So what are the things that are keeping us from fully embracing these new ideas, these new ways of connecting with people, these new forms of community ties? There's this desire, and I should also mention that Mercury is relevant within all of this T-square as well. It's fully participating in this. It's very close to that sun there as well. But there's this urge to connect differently, to release those old paradigms and prisons. So there's going to be a lot of changing minds through this time. There's going to be a lot here sparking forth the answers around a new way forward. There's going to be a lot around communications, networks, technologies, data, information. The media as well is going to be central to some of the developments that are impacted by this eclipse. So we may see, for instance, some media companies be somehow or another eclipsed, and that can be either, right now as I'm recording this, there's a lot of discussion around a big merger that has major antitrust implications in the US. And yet we also have a lot of different media outlets struggling to maintain audience because they've lost the faith of that audience. And so they've lost that audience. But then on the other hand, we have so much independent media on all different kinds of platforms. So that's really wonderful. We're sharing ideas with each other. I'd like to imagine myself as kind of a part of that. But then we also do need to look at that as within the framework of those platforms. Like this is YouTube. YouTube is quite literally the biggest media conglomerate that there is. It's Google. It is the biggest. It actually dwarfs Netflix by quite a bit. And it's very, very global. So a lot of those questions may be coming up during this period of time. There may be some discussion about antitrust, maybe like that there are some things that are a little bit too big, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of beyond that of, again, matters of trust or faith, truth. Maybe there's going to be a media scandal here about a story that wasn't quite true, and maybe there were some reporters involved that kind of knew that something wasn't true. There's just going to be a big shake to the media system through this time. And a lot of discussion around the discourse. And I mean that in a way that sounds redundant. There's going to be a lot of talking about what it is that we're talking about, if that makes sense. So there's going to be basically a lot of meta-analysis of where society is right now and how it is that the media and the conversations and the discourse of perhaps recent years and especially of this moment has been shaping that and how that's relevant to it. And maybe where some of those power centers lie within those conversations as well. So this eclipse is going to be ruled by Jupiter in Leo. And that's why I have this summer looking to leadership for answers and authority. And I don't know that that's going to be the best way to go here. There may be some wonderful new leaders that are really putting forth a sustainable vision of how things should be. But again, I'm just a little worried in these years around cult of personality. So trying not to put people on such a pedestal that if they fall, it's this huge disaster, trying to keep everything kind of down to earth here, because this does point to kind of glorified characters, belief, and like a culmination or a release around a kind of Jupiter and Leo character that has authority as well, that's carrying some kind of authority. So looking to central figures for leadership to structure a next phase, but this isn't something that should necessarily be centralized because of the way that we have these outer planets here. So just a little bit of a side note there. I don't think it's going to be a disaster if we build up things a bit much during this period of time, but it is worth keeping in mind that when we're doing things during an eclipse season, we are really sowing some seeds that we'll probably see some consequences of down the road. Additionally, with this Pisces lunar eclipse ruled by Jupiter and Leo, this is so heart-centered. It's really like quite sweet and wonderful. And so this also points to a lot of support and affirmation that's kind of in the ether here, and a culmination as well around heart-centered efforts. So we could see some people kind of breaking through with heart-centered efforts. We could see some movements really taking hold that are very passionate about maybe how people are taken care of and who we are and what we believe in and things like this, taking a lot of personal responsibility in order to build a more kind of independent vision of life. And that, I think, is going to be the way to go with this. If we're going to center around any independent figure, maybe it should be what can I do to contribute, not building oneself up, but what can you ask of yourself in this moment? And issues could even wind up arising here around overgiving or seeking to find oneself in others, with the combination of Pisces and Leo there as well. This is also then trine to Mars in Cancer there. That should wind up reinforcing the heart-centered aspect of this eclipse, but it could also introduce a really extreme level of subjectivity. There's a lot of that here. So something to kind of keep in mind as well, that we may really be seeing things from our own kind of perspectives through this time. And again, I feel a bit like a broken record about that. That is going to be a bit of a risk kind of ongoing. Now, notice how as well that Jupiter has been building up a trine to Saturn. So Jupiter in Leo is trine to Saturn in Aries. And we're going to get 3 of these trines. This is going to carry us into 2027. And we should all be very thrilled about this. This is a really wonderful kind of an alignment. It does harken back to approximately December of 2020 when we had the great conjunction between Jupiter and Saturn. Now, in the previous year, 2024, 2025, we've been dealing with squares between Jupiter and Saturn, and that's been a huge pain in the rear. That's part of why it's been feeling like we've had difficulty launching, because there's been this kind of push and pull, this attempt to expand, running into walls and constraints and rules. And, oh, you thought you were going to be able to take this trajectory, but you can't because there's this new rule, etc. So it's been a bit of a pain in the rear recently because of those squares. Now we get the trines, and the trines are super functional. And these are some of my favorite trines between Jupiter and Saturn, because when these two can work together productively, this is good structure. This is good rules that function for us. This is balance, it's stability, it's sustainability. These two together also speak to institutions and governance. They also speak to matters of the law. And so when they're in a trine to each other, we kind of know what to expect. And there's a level of support there. There's not an incongruence between certain laws and other laws, things like this. It's about bringing it into balance and bringing it into cohesion. And these two, when they are in a trine to each other, do create a huge amount of cohesion and understanding. Again, that expectation. It's with that trine that we're able to make really long-term plans and see them through, because we know what it is that we're working with, So this is really excellent. We did also see this alignment in July of 1967, right in the middle of what was referred to as the summer of love, but also the long hot summer of 1967. So this was a really wonderful cultural kind of bursting forth from youth around what kind of cultures they wanted to live in, which were inclusive, which were cohesive, which made sense, with laws that were of integrity, and with a future that seemed like it was actually going to work and that you could actually make some long-term plans around. But all of that was also then confronting in a very functional and a very effective way during specifically this period of time, all of the constraints around that as well. So there were riots over police brutality and systemic racism. There was a bunch of student protests throughout this period of time. The Vietnam War sentiment was really shifting during this time, and there was a lot of action around that. So looking back to that period of time, that's part of the kind of cultural renaissance energy that I'm seeing for 2026 coming up. I'm not just making that up. And if you don't like some of the younger generations, that is totally fine. But maybe think about where you would be in that equation in 1967 if you're feeling that way. Try to keep an open mind to some of the cultural developments that are going to be taking place through this time, because they're going to be with us for a while since we have this trine going on. So on a personal level, long-term plans around becoming more independent, more courageous, more adventurous, to claim your own life for yourself is very well supported with this alignment here. And Saturn retrograde on the first pass here, we're going to get a few, like I said, these are going to come up and we'll discuss them each time that they wind up coming up. But Saturn retrograde this time around in August of 2026 should have us fundamentally in touch with our limitations. And why wouldn't we be? We've been really confronted like crazy to an obnoxious extent with our limitations for the past couple of years. So we have those really front of mind. But Jupiter here should be supporting our ability to see beyond and to grow and develop beyond those confines now. So this is just this first push, this first pass, this first like really strong encouragement of us of saying, it's okay, we're not dealing with the same constraints anymore. We can look forward to a future where we are able to have a lot more room to maneuver and create a life for ourselves that we're really wanting. So this is a very enthusiastic and courageous alignment, which will be supporting, taking, and benefiting from calculated risks, pursuing independence, pursuing personal growth and development that's sustainable throughout this time. So there's a lot of tenacity here with our new plans, a lot of enthusiasm about building and growing. That Saturn, again, it's retrograde, so it's going to want to do this carefully, and it's going to want to really put one foot after another. It may throw some little delays in here and there, but I don't think that that's really going to get too much in the way of our enthusiasm about our long-term goals here. So as long as we're willing to stick with it, I think that's going to be really excellent. And that retrograde, the fact that we're taking it a little slow in this first pass, I think is going to help us to create a much stronger foundation of an understanding of what is it. It's giving us time to think about what is it that we're wanting to build, and how are we going to be able to do that in the best way. So those first few steps should be really solid by the time we're done with them. This is also going to speak to the cultivation of leadership, which can animate masses through charisma and their energy. So think about 1967. I mean, there was no shortage of figures like this, and they really did push a lot of us forward through, in part, their charisma. And were they all perfect figures? No, of course not. But they were really helpful for us historically, right? So in some cases, there will be a little bit of arrogance, hubris issue with some of those people. But again, just try to keep in mind, maybe try to anchor, around who's causing fights that are unnecessary, who's causing drama that's unnecessary. Maybe that's going to be our best red flag to look for here, because some people are going to come off probably as a little bit more arrogant than they necessarily are. This is going to have our whole energy, basically, is going to have a lot of confidence. So some of that's going to look a bit like overconfidence, right? But this is really excellent for the creation of long-term movements, alliances, coalitions to create a more sustainable world going forward, and also excellent for investment in big and symbolic projects as well. So again, what is the culture that we're wanting to work with as we're going forward? This is going to help us to come and rally around those things in a really meaningful and a pretty big and visible way. Now, some issues with this alignment. Again, there's no friction between these two. It is interesting that there's friction to Mars from Saturn while this is all going on. And that is something to think about, in particular around policing or authority figures or martial matters and things like that. Those are likely to have a lot more stumbling blocks here than anything else because of that square. Mars and Saturn is kind of irritating those figures, so they're likely to be extra rude and maybe extra abusive and extra reactive during this period of time, but they're also really likely to trip over their own feet while they're doing that. But again, some issues with this alignment because of the fact that there aren't really these breaks between these two, the Jupiter and Saturn, is going to be excessive nationalism. There's a lot about identity that goes into Leo and Aries, and it does not have to hook onto nation. But because at this point in history, that's such a strong anchoring point for our identities, I would expect for some of this to show up in that way. Also, just the fact that this is kind of an ongoing problem right now. But also overconfident leadership decisions, overconfident military posturing. So that's going to be impacting both of these alignments. It's just overconfidence in one's own military standing. Ego-driven governance is going to be a bit of an issue. This can also wind up, because of the ego and identity aspects of, there can be, when it comes to leadership, when it comes to governance and things like that, there can be a bit of a self-serving nature. Now, with some, that self-servingness is just going to be, I want for people to like me, and so I'm going to pursue policies that the population's like, and I'm going to try and be charismatic and so on. And I'm going to build up my pride based on what I represent for a bunch of people. But for some people, it's going to be like lining their pockets and things like that. Inflationary spending for prestige projects, also really encouraged by this, for better or worse. And these kind of strong leader or strong man narratives are also likely to be supported by this whole alignment here. And market corrections. That's one thing that I've been preaching, is checks on overgrowth or a pullback from overextension, pulling back to reality. I think that that's much more so what, quote, crashes are likely to look like in 2026. I do think that we're going to have some crash outs on some fronts. For instance, like the cryptocurrency crash outs and things like that we sometimes see, but also when it comes to these extreme overinflated, overvalued assets and things like that. I think that that's where we're going to see the bottom fall out a bit. And so that's part of why I know that there's all sorts of pain points that can show up in that, but it's also unfortunately necessary to kind of bring things back down to earth. We can't just always keep growing. And that's what a trine to Saturn is going to get across finally to Jupiter in a way that Jupiter can recognize and respect. The square has been really daring Jupiter to go higher and higher and higher. And of course, we've seen the numbers do that as we have someone approaching trillionaire status. That said, let's go ahead and talk about this Venus retrograde that we also have coming up. We get these about every year and a half, and they take place in very regular parts of the sky. So there's 5 points in the sky that Venus tends to retrograde at, and we call these the Venus star points. And one of them, for some time now, has been in the sign of Scorpio. And in recent years, since 2010, that Venus retrograde that starts in Scorpio has been moving backward into Libra. So we have a couple of times prior to compare this to that we can really look at, which again, that's 2018 and 2010. Think about those years. Think about what you were doing. That this Venus retrograde will be in the same parts of your chart as it was during those years. Also on a global level, I will say that was September to December of 2010, September to December of 2018 as well. So we can see how it's a very similar date as we're dealing with here. The shadow of this Venus retrograde is going to start in September. The actual retrograde starts in October. The actual retrograde ends in November, and then the shadow period when Venus finally covers that ground again that it retrograded over and passes it, that's also going to be in December. So it's very much the same. In 2010, we saw during that time the Arab Spring. We saw the Eurozone debt crisis. We saw midterms. Notice how this is aligning with midterms, right? It's hitting on those even years. So we had midterms that year, and that was when we had the House flip from Democrat to Republican in the U.S. Sorry, this is going to be a little bit U.S.-centric here, but the House flipped to Republican from Democrat, but the Senate held. So House flips, Senate holds. We also had the WikiLeaks disclosures in 2010, the big ones, the Manning ones. Actually, you know what? That may have been a tranche before Manning, but they were in contact with Manning during that period of time. In 2018, then, so the more recent time, September to December, we had the tariff war with China kick off, the trade war there, where there was back and forth applying tariffs to each other. And we also had big climate protests. So I think this was like Extinction Rebellion, that the whole thing, if you remember back then. We also had the Brexit negotiations were ongoing during that time. We also had the Me Too movement was pretty much at its height during this time. And also this was midterms in the US. The House flipped from Republican to Democrat, and the Senate held. The Senate actually, there was gains for Republicans there. So we do have 2 times in a row, we'll see if it happens again, where the House flipped, but the Senate held. So we'll have to see if that winds up happening again. Right now, from when I'm speaking, which is in December, common expectation is that at least the House is probably going to wind up flipping. But it may also be the Senate. So we'll see. We'll have to come back and look at that and see if there's a pattern there. But with all of that said, like, look at some of these things that we're dealing with. European negotiations, the Eurozone debt crisis, the Brexit negotiations, Euro issues, right? And then we had youth protests. So the Arab Spring, the climate protests. We saw issues of disclosures on both fronts as well. So the WikiLeaks disclosures, but also a lot of the Me Too stuff was about disclosure. So likely to see some of those kinds of things cropping up with this again. And on a personal level, though, this is going to be quite significant as well when it comes to our relationships, when it comes to our sense of what it is that we want, that we're desiring. So this is a time to reevaluate those personal desires, joys, pleasures, matters of harmony, joy, really reconsidering our social connections as well, trying to find some reasonability and consideration in those, as opposed to we could be running into issues around secrecy, privacy, alienation, projection, protection, things like this, right? So protectiveness, strong boundaries, keeping people out, being very private, being very secret, versus feeling a sense of harmony and joy and social connection and reasonability and like compromise and things like that. That's what's really coming up to be highlighted around our desires, not just our relationships, kind of our desires in general as well. So I would really say trying to find the balance and what energies are best for you to be working with right now, I think is going to be key. And we don't always have to lock in forever. This could be a phase that you're in. What phase are you in? Looking at that honestly and being in that phase in this moment, I think is just as healthy really as anything else. We're allowed to change, right? Yeah, just taking a really honest view of that to the extent that you can. Some relationships are going to come to a close. Some are at least going to undergo some level of questioning, testing. I would really try your best to avoid acting from envy, jealousy, or hatred. That's going to be in the ether. Like that's what the energy is here. So we're likely to run into that, and we're likely to have that bubble up a little bit inside as well. So try and keep an eye out on that, and just kind of watch your words and actions around this time, because there's little pitfalls when it comes to relationships in this period of time, especially on the front end. Pretty much throughout October, It's going to be a bit more fraught. When we get back to Libra, Venus is gaining a huge amount of dignities. And that's what's fascinating about this retrograde in particular, is that it's going from a Mars-ruled sign where Venus is in detriment in Scorpio, and it's going backward into Libra, which is a sign that Venus rules. So it's gaining a huge amount of dignities after it's taken a plunge from Libra into Scorpio. Usually we just get it in that direction of, all right, the dignities fell, but the dignities are then coming back before they fall again. So there's going to be a huge amount of questioning around like integrity and how you're carrying yourself in connections. But in a lot of cases, this is just going to be better to take a step back than to say things that you may wind up regretting. That's another thing with Venus in Scorpio, is that there can be some regrets there. Additionally, our words are going to be super important here. So notice how this that I have here is the exact moment of the Venus cazimi. So this is October 24th of 2026. So by cazimi, I mean they are exactly conjoined. This is the midpoint of the retrograde of a planet that is on the inside of Earth's orbit. They're always conjoined at the exact midpoint. Now, notice as well that we have this little S under Mercury. So right at that moment of the exact midpoint of the retrograde of Venus, that is when Mercury is also stationing to go retrograde. So our words, like our connections, our exchange with other people, pay close attention to that energetic exchange, because that's going to be really huge thematically with this alignment and really with this whole season, this Scorpio season, basically. So some are going to come out of this really desiring to open up to connections, regardless of whether there's been betrayal in the past with other people, deciding basically that it's better to have people around and be vulnerable than to be alone. I think a lot of people are actually going to come to that conclusion around this. So people may also wind up returning to your life. That's a standard Venus retrograde experience. So friends, partners, but also consider whether this is driven by a genuine desire to reconnect or to make amends. Is it a genuine desire to make amends? If someone's coming back apologizing, what are they really leading with, and how long are they staying on that topic there, right? Or is it out of a sense of loss or loneliness or something like this? And I'm not saying that we should reject any of that, but just being, again, really honest with ourselves through this time is going to be, I think, very helpful. Now, on a collective level, I do worry a bit about like this Venus, when it's in retrograde and it's in detriment, which is where we're starting here, plus we then get Mercury retrograde in the same spot. There can be a sense of forces of harmony and social consideration being under the thumb of very powerful forces and institutions. So I worry a bit about exploitation, or there may be a need to speak very courageously for vulnerable people or for your own boundaries. And people will be instinctively taking sides here, and multiple sides as well may be very aggressive at this time. So again, thinking through what you might be associated with or vouching for by affiliating with certain people who are saying certain things might be worth kind of considering. That may become relevant. Generally, overall, this is a period of really high drama. So pacing ourselves, avoiding drama, avoiding emotionally and mentally disturbed people. Believe people when they show that to you. I would not allow for this transit or anything like that to be an excuse for that kind of behavior. I also expect a lot of discourse around relationships and unhealthy dynamics. Perhaps the whole quote unquote loneliness epidemic winds up becoming a major conversation as well. And there may even be new developments or new kind of contributing factors to those issues around loneliness or unhealthy dynamics or things like that that are kind of being exposed around this period of time. But yeah, ultimately, again, this is just going to be bringing us back to consider what it is that we really desire, what it is that really brings us joy, what's pleasurable for us, and try to stay as reasonable and as considerate of others as you can. Even if others are dropping the ball when it comes to that, at least the thing with Libra is that face is important. So try not to lose face by getting down in the mud with other people unnecessarily, right? So finally, in mid-November as well, we have, and notice that we finally have at this point, Venus is stationing to go direct again. What we have here is something that I am going to be side-eyeing all year, and I'm really fascinated to see how this winds up playing out in terms of concrete events. But this is thematically so fascinating, and it's going to underpin a lot of what I've been saying. I've been saying something kind of similar to what I have here and what we're about to go into every time that I've been talking about the issue of having both Jupiter and the South Node in Leo. This is going to amplify the living heck out of that because Mars is also getting involved and it is exacerbating the issue. And it's also adding a bit of a malefic or even malignant kind of an aspect to it. So I do expect, again, if you are the type at this point in your life and at this point in history, it does have a bit of a chuckle when people are acting completely nuts and awful and then they crash out. There might be some laughs here, you know. I doubt that there's going to be any shortage of very public expressions to talk about during this period of time. So when we're dealing with, we'll talk about each of these planets kind of together here. So when we're talking about Mars, that is action, energy. It can be very aggressive. It speaks to matters of initiative and drive, and sometimes specifically conflict or impulsiveness. And it can overdo things, especially when it's in Leo, you know, because it can be overconfident and it can overextend and it can encroach upon other people. Jupiter speaks to expansion, growth. There's a lot of optimism with Jupiter, but also there's overreach there, and it can even wind up exaggerating. So when it comes to what we like about ourselves, we are likely to be exaggerating that quite a bit during this time. And when we look at grandiosity, that is going to be a problem where people are being very grandiose about who they are, things like this. That is so extremely emphasized here. But with the South Node, what we're dealing with is issues that we should be de-emphasizing because it's too natural and it is kind of naturally overemphasized. So it's something that we should be looking at as, all right, we've got that down. It's not that we need to just run away from it. It's not that we need to ignore it, but there is some encouragement to look at the other side, which is the collective, the Aquarius side of the equation here, and to grow in that direction to the extent that we can. There is also, with the South Node, this diminishment, this release, this falling away, which can become rather grotesque and rather publicly significant, basically. Also personally significant, but on a global stage, this is likely to be very, very visible. Things that are comfortable but limiting and possibly even extraordinarily unhealthy, you know, things like this. So we are supposed to be growing out of it. It represents something of a karmic pattern or a habitual pattern, things like this. In Leo, this is overemphasizing to a fault. That is really like the way that, if you want to use some keywords here, overemphasizing to a fault, self-expression, pride, leadership, ego, personal spotlight, things like this. That's where I side-eye this, is it's that to a fault is really underlined by the South Node here. It's saying it's not just that this is a bad habit, it's saying there's going to be consequences for this bad habit and for overexertion in this area. This is a huge amount of enthusiasm, really high energy, like risk-taking, really bold actions. This is going to be a lot of overconfidence, very impulsive aggression, and this strong egoic drive to expand or assert oneself. And this is going to be activating patterns, activating habits, and making that very visible. So overutilization of authority as well is going to be an issue here. Dramatics, theatrics, spectacle, things like that, like a spectacle of arrogance, basically, through this is taking place here, but it's likely to be embarrassing is the thing in how it turns out. On a global level, we'll come back to what this is going to look like on a personal level. I do expect for media coverage to potentially inflate events that are taking place around this period of time, to really make a lot of hay out of just pretty much everything that's a bit dramatic and a bit even petty. Like there can be a bit of a pettiness to this and blowing that out of proportion. But I also expect for leadership to be taking some very arrogant and aggressive moves that are very likely to blow back, to be making a fool out of themselves, to be putting their ignorance and their weakness that is veiled with a kind of overcompensatory cockiness very much on display and no one's buying it kind of a thing. This can have issues around war as well. That's what I'm kind of mostly worried about when it comes to this, is that this could be an extraordinarily haughty decision to go headlong right into a conflict. And to do so perhaps to be showy or to be looked at as strong or to cover up for something else, or there's personal selfish reasons behind the conflict or something like this. I do also worry a bit about losses, like military losses or military figures falling as well. Protests could even go a bit overboard through this period of time. There could be extremes of stock movements and things like that. We could see accidents due to recklessness or overconfidence as well. There's this kind of conflagration here. I would worry a bit about fires too, or explosions, things of that nature, being bigger than you would expect and more consequential than we would expect too. Cultural or entertainment events, especially around men. What is this time frame? It's football season in the States. I don't really know if this is like a big sport season in other countries, but it could just be theatrics in other ways. There's a huge thing here with performance. This is extraordinarily performative, and yet I think that that's going to be much more transparent than usual. The last time that we had an alignment that looked a lot like this was in 1968. So notice how I've mentioned 67 and 68. That theme is coming up quite a bit during this year. So we're likely to see just straight up a lot of talking about those years and what they meant during this period of time. That tends to happen. Recurrence around the issues that were relevant then coming back up for review, but also a similar kind of an energy. But the last time in 1968, it didn't match to the month, but it was the highest losses in Vietnam in terms of military people. And the time before that was in 1904, and there were really large numbers of losses in the Russo-Japanese War as well, which interestingly, that was supposedly the first time an Asian power beat a European power in war. But also think about that in terms of Vietnam as perhaps one of the more recent of those experiences as well. So maybe we see something along those lines, hopefully not. Now, on a personal level, there's a lot of opportunities here for really bold creative projects, for leadership initiatives, like to take risks basically creatively, and when it comes to how you're showing up in the world, that could really wind up paying off. There could even be some revisiting of old talents or leadership styles or ways that you carry yourself or something like this that once worked for you and coming back to that. But again, there's a risk of overdoing it, of impulsive pride, of ego clashes with other people. That's another thing that we can get when multiple planets wind up conjoining, is that they can kind of vie for that space as well. And it could cause a downfall of both sides of that situation, with the South Node being here. We could even wind up seeing people repeating mistakes from the past. There's also a major tendency to overcommit or to overpromise or to act without the full consideration of the consequences of that. Plus, consequences are more likely to be bigger with this alignment than usual too. We should be leaning into this kind of release around habitual ego-driven actions or old patterns of overreaching. I think when it comes to those kinds of karmic or habitual ego-driven places that we can kind of act from. I feel like we all do that to some extent or another. So that would be a really wonderful thing to maybe focus on and try to think through and try to improve through this period of time. I think that that would be very helpful. And this could wind up surfacing. I think I mentioned this, but I'm not sure. So I'll say it again, just in case, like bringing up how we've treated people in the past as well. Actually, I think I said that when it comes to the eclipse. This is very similar. So like relationships or situations tied to past behavioral patterns, we may need to reckon with that through this period of time as well. So also really watch for overly bold actions. Watch for injuring yourself due to overextension. Watch for taking up way too much space, stepping on toes, making things too much about you, because these things are not going to go unnoticed. And again, just expect a repetition of past patterns. So the laws, the policies, the cultural behaviors, those are likely to mirror kind of historical precedents through this period of time. And because we have so much pointing to, I would say 1904 to 1908 is very relevant on a cyclical level in this coming year in 2026, but also especially 1967 and 1968. I really expect to see some mirroring of those historical precedents or reviewing of those things as well. But yeah, I think that we got through the major alignments and major themes of 2026. So again, this is a really explosive, hugely significant year where we are setting into motion a lot of things that we're going to be working with for decades to come here. I can't overemphasize how significant this year is and how important it is that we try to make a really positive and heart-centered mark on this year, because this is what we're working with going forward. So this is a major seeding point for humanity, perhaps especially because of that Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's taking place at that world point of 0 Aries. This is a new cycle for humanity. So let's kick it off on a good note. And let's try and make sure that we are creating that from a place of compassion and care and love for humanity as well. So with all of that said, thank you all so much for spending this time with me. I really greatly appreciate it. Also for being patient with the strange upload times and things like that. This has been a lot to work through, and I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. And again, if you did enjoy this video, I would really greatly appreciate it if you would give it a thumbs up or a hype. And do consider sticking around by subscribing for future videos. I would love to have you here. Again, in the description box below is information for personal bookings and membership perks and things like this. And of course, thank you so much to all of the members of this channel for your support. So thank you so much to Angel Niblock, JJ, Michelle Howell, Deborah Keel-Leavitt, Patrick McKenney, Jody, Anne-Marie, C. Rezer, Peace Out, Rachel Windholtz, The Z-Man 1291, Aya, Lynn Newman, Long T Standing, The Nelson Cat Maya, Connie DiMartino, Dolly Geezy, Mango JT, B Love, Startlingly True, Grace, Psyche Lloyd, Noah, Aquarian Antiquarian, Susan Martin, Chad W, David LaRosa, Adrienne K, SP, Teresa Jones, Sherry Leas, Horse Dog Dog Notebook, Neo-K Beam, Justice League Pie, Ashley Gonzalez, Gales Tarot and Astrology, Create, Talitha McKenzie, K from NH, Patar Music, Pat K, Nancy Imhoff, Travis Dandro, Peta Carlin, Sarah M. Cap, Angela Lazaire, Jane Bevan, Helena Fisher, MD, Tina Reynolds, Denise Sanin, Sacred Alpaca, Natasha P, Indy Loon, Susie Fetter, Bia T, Linda Skull, Marnouche, Amiri, Mari Garcia, D Fish, Energetics with J, Someone 77, Attunement Tarot, J.A., Carrie Affronti, Mike, Cookerzilla, Lin Ching, Helena Polyanuk, Kiska Kuznetsova, Linda Osborne, Denise Gull, Dagmar Voltnarova, Many Stars, Owl, E.F., Nina K., Zoe, Plamena Melanova, The Muslim Researcher, Dante Hill, Cameron Walker, Larissa F., Anne Neon, Marlo Murphy, Jessie Whale, Allison Arthurson, Janelle S., Natalia Yee, Danny C., Bonnie Harlan, Janet McCann, Gamine, CPT Alpha 12, Alina Bloomgarden, AC, Bryson Taylor, D. Polina 1, Mina Dobras, NG, Sydney, Rebecca Cortez, Pat Doty, Ricky Dandridge, and Brandy Williams. Thank you all so much. Much love to you. And I will see you all in the next video. Have a very wonderful 2026.